What it be? What it be? Sports Bash Live. Yes, it's me. That rhymed. I'm Mike Gill. What's up, everybody? Good to have you with me. Wednesday edition. What'd I say yesterday? Phil's will win. All is good for the day. 6-4. I ponder this question as we start the day. It's ironic that JT Realmuto hit a home run last night. Would JT Realmuto not have hit the home run had Rob Thompson blew a gasket on Monday night? And I ask in jest, but I laugh as he hits the home run, and I wonder, did Rob Thompson really need to rip into his team or light a fire under them? Not necessarily. 162 games tells a story. And sometimes, like a book, some chapters are a little bit more boring than the others. The first 15 pages of this 162-page book, there's been some good moments. There's been some moments that you were waiting to get to the better plot of this story. Last night's just another paragraph in the long journey through the 162 as we get you ready for a Wednesday edition of the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Look, we're all guilty of it. We see things in the moment. We want to make generalizations of, hey, I see this, and this is my thought. But if you watch the game last night and the Phillies win the game 6-4, and it's a kind of an impressive win, and I'll give you a couple of reasons why I thought the game was, in the big picture, kind of an impressive win. You're getting ripped basically every single day because you get shut out against the Cardinals. You don't really play well in the game on Monday night against the Giants, and now everybody's questioning this and questioning that, and we're all guilty of it. We're all trying to find the answers because in the world we live in, we yearn and search for perfection, which just is not there. And you have holes in your lineup. You have problems in your lineup. You have things that occur throughout the course of the year that cause some issues. And one of the issues the Phillies have is, God forbid, the first 15 games of the season, someone doesn't get off to a scorching hot start and get out of the gates hitting .590 with 4 home runs and 20 RBI in the first 15 games of the season. How dare people get off to a slow start? Guys who have had track records, by the way. Now, listen, I'm not the biggest Brandon Marsh guy, but I can certainly sit here and admit that Marsh has been better than maybe we all give him credit for throughout his Phillies tenure. Right now, not so much, including last night. He really did not help the team in any way, shape, or form from what I recall from the game last night. But another guy who's been getting blasted unmercifully, Alec Boehm, I thought had a big moment in the game, but those type of outs get swept under the rug where people just yearn to see big numbers and big production. Alec Boehm does something that the Phillies have a lot of problems doing. He had a night for the second night in a row where he makes a productive out, and it leads to the Phillies scoring a run in the second inning last night. You go back to that second inning and kind of look at this game, and you go back to that Boehm at bat. It seems like a nothing burger. Realmuto hits the homer. Can you imagine? Would Realmuto have hit the homer if Rob Thompson if Rob Thompson would have kicked dirt at the umpire the other night? How dare Rob Thompson not light a fire under Realmuto's ass? Well, guess what? He didn't yell, and the Phillies won, and Realmuto homered. Kepler, hey, another guy we've been pretty tough on. And Kepler's had now 2 good games in a row. Doubled the other night, scored the other night, doubled last night, doubled to right. And Alec Boehm hits a simple ground ball to second base. And what happens? Kepler goes to third. And then I take what I just said back. I forget about this. Marsh hit the sacrifice fly. He was the one that hit the sac fly that Kepler scored on. So 3 guys in the second inning, really 4 when you put Realmuto in the mix. Realmuto hasn't been great. He homers. Kepler doubles. Boehm with a productive out. and Marsh hits a sacrifice fly that gets the second run of the game home. Later on in the game, you think about how did the Phillies score their third and fourth runs of the game. Well, we go right back to the culprits. We go right back to the guys. You have Schwarber on base, Castellanos on base, so you have two guys on. Okay, now I'm going back to the top, the bottom of the lineup that has been a nothing burger for me. Well, Real Muto singles to left, and you get a run. And then Bohm singles to left, and you get a run. So Bohm, Real Muto, both factoring in to the first 4 runs of this game. Add on a little bit later on as you try to get, you get the Bryce Harper homer. He's been struggling. But you go right back to try to take a look at this thing, and the home run that Harper hits, Bryson Stott tripled. So he's on third base to lead the inning off. So you got a runner on third, the top of the order, and you get some production. Now, Turner's at bat I thought was poor, hitting a ground ball to shortstop. Thank you very little. But it was a night filled with productive outs. It was a night filled with the bottom of the order. Who's the MVP, right? If you're handing out the 3 stars in the hockey world, which we probably should try to start doing in this world of the Phillies that we're living in right now, where everything just gets put under the microscope. But if you're handing out 3 stars for the game last night, you got to go JT Real Muto for stepping it back up. Bang, hits the home run, puts you on the board. Also had 2 ribbies in the game. But I think you got to look at the bullpen last night. Luzardo wasn't his best last night. He wasn't as crisp and sharp. Tried to get through 6, kind of navigated his way through, had a couple of walks in there. Not the big strikeout numbers. He had 4 and 5 innings, which is pretty good. But, Luzardo was not his best last night. You're going to have nights like that. Kerkering came in, finished out that 6th inning. But you got to go right back to Jordan Romano. I mean, Jordan Romano couldn't get out of his own way the first 5-6 appearances. He comes in last night firing again, gets a strikeout. Romano last night threw 10 pitches, 9 of them were strikes. The biggest problem I had with Romano through the first 5 was he had no command. Now, my man's firing darts at the knees all of a sudden. And when he's commanding, this is the guy that I was excited that they signed. You had a bumpy ride with Alvarado last night. Alvarado, it was like the Alvarado where just anything he threw, I thought the Giants did a good job of just putting good contact on the ball, and Alvarado didn't have it. But that's another night where Alvarado's pitch count was 30.
I will say really quick, though, it probably shouldn't have played out that way, that inning, because that one ball was right down the middle. They did not call a strike.
True.
And, I didn't hear anybody screaming for Thompson to yell at the umpire in that situation.
Why didn't you call that? It was right down the middle.
Because, if they call that strike, does he get the hit? He probably doesn't.
Yeah, probably not. But then, big picture, he threw 30 pitches last night, so you're probably imagine Alvarado, again, is not available, I would assume, tonight. And then Matt Strahm came in, and I thought Strahm, 7 pitches, 6 strikes, had a strikeout, got you through the inning, and saves a game on a night where it looked like the bullpen, was going to break down on you after Alvarado. I thought Romano set the tone, though. What inning's that? Romano comes in, I guess, in the 7th inning,
I thought it was the 7th.
Romano comes in the 7th, and that's a key spot in the game because you just got done scoring 2, and, remember, the Giants had a lead. After you get the lead, they go up, 3-2, I guess, in the 6th. So now Romano comes in the game, and this is where kind of the rubber meets the road here. When you've got Romano in there, you are holding your breath, I guess. And he's got Yastrzemski, Bailey, and Fitzgerald with the team up 4-3 at the time.
Yeah, top of the 7th.
Right. This is a spot in the game where you're going through, you got a 1-run lead. Romano, who, let's be honest, has struggled somewhat this year, and you're at the bottom of their order. You've got to get the shutdown inning. You cannot let that bottom of the order get anything going for you. And he comes in and, bang, 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 shuts them right down.
Well, to me, what's a big deal is that we might optically view as the bottom of the order, but Yastrzemski's having an amazing season. So, getting past him was a big deal. I think that was a big confidence builder for him.
The whole seventh inning for Romano, 10 pitches, 9 strikes, had a strikeout. It was a key inning in that game because if they get something going at the bottom of that order and then turn it back around, and the Phillies have to pull Romano like they've had to in a couple of outings, who knows if they would have had enough depth in the bullpen to get them through the night. But, it kind of goes to, I think, right now, Rob Thompson has a couple of options. He's starting to try to figure out what his options are. And so far, you could see what they are, right? It's Kerkering, Strom, Alvarado, and is he regaining some faith in Romano? Those 4 guys are kind of up the rung. Joe Ross, I guess he's got to try to figure out a little bit more how to use this guy, what I do with them, all that good stuff. But that's kind of an overview of what happened in the game last night. And look, I thought another interesting thing. You get the Harper homer, and Harper's been struggling a little bit. You get the Real Muto homer, and he's obviously been struggling a big bit. You get the Stott triple, and Stott's a guy who's been a little criticized. He's back at the top of the order. I don't know what the lineup is for tonight yet. We haven't seen that. But you got Bohm, productive out. You got Marsh, productive out with a sac fly RBI. You had Bohm with a key RBI single in the 6th. That scored the go-ahead run to put them up 4-3. And then Romano. So all these guys who have been struggling, and the tech sport has been lighting up about them. A lot of crickets out there today from the anti-Stotts, the anti-Bohms. They came up in some key moments. And I thought another key moment in the game when we talked about Alvarado. Alvarado got Chapman to pop up. He struck out Flores, and then he gets the fly out there from, who was that, Schmidt, I think it was? Yeah. Because the Giants looked like they had Alvarado kind of on the ropes there. They got the 3 hits.
He responded very well.
You're right, because they get the 3 hits. It's now 6-4.
Because if he cocoons there, the game can get out of hand real quick.
They really didn't have another answer. And Brandon Marsh last night, the 0 for 29 drought.
He's actually 0 for his last 36 at-bats.
It's crazy. It's crazy. He continues
the
that drought there.
Doesn't tell the whole story because now you're giving him – it's like, well – you got a couple flyouts for RBIs. It's like, thanks, I think.
Well, listen, that whole inning, we like to say be critical of the offer. You got the double by Kepler.
Yep.
The productive out by Bohm, ground ball to second base. Like people like
small ball.
All you got to do is hit the ball to the right side, get Kepler over to third, and then Marsh doesn't have the pressure to have to get a base hit. All he has to do is sky fly one out to right field, which is all he did, and that gets a run home. I mean, if that's what that part of the order can do for you, manufacture a run. 7, 8, 9, double, ground ball to second, fly ball to right, run scores. The Phillies will take that every single time that group of guys comes up. Every single time. If it's 7, 8, 9, and you can get a leadoff double, a ground ball to second, a fly out to right for a run, the Phillies will sign up for that every single time. So, a good win for them last night on a night, as I said, Luzardo not his best, and Alvarado not his best. But you got the contributions from Kerkering, Strom, Romano, and then all of those other guys. So the Phillies win 6-4. Tonight it's going to be interesting to see what the lineup looks like because, man, do they go with Marsh against a lefty, or do they go right back to Johan Rojas, who they're facing Robbie Ray, who's been tough. He's 3-0 with a 2.93 ERA. He's been an all-star. Robbie Ray, by the way, was a Cy Young candidate a couple of years ago. This is a guy who made big money after that Cy Young. He wasn't the winner, but he finished like second or third.
He was top 3, yeah. And then he got injured the next year after getting the big contract. People forgot about him, basically. So you have a guy coming in who is a bona fide left-handed stud.
Very good.
This is not a junk ball left-hander coming in here. This is a guy that there is no reason on God's green earth that you want Brandon Marsh in that lineup.
That I'm interested to see what he does. And what does he do with Stott? Do they hit Stott at the top of the lineup, leading off against a lefty, and then you would have Stott, Turner, Harper, Schwarber, 3 lefties.
I can't see
and if you play Marsh and Kepler, you might have 5 lefties between, 7, 9, 1, 3, 2, and 3.
To me, Mike, you got to go.
Or 3 and 4, I should say.
3 and 4, yeah. You got to go Rojas in center and Sosa at second because you have a chance to win this series. You won the game last night. You got to say, look, guys, we're out here to win the series. Yeah. Our goal is to win every series this year. So let's put our best lineup out there.
I got to tell you, the meeting today between Thompson, the front office, and then putting together that lineup has to be a pretty interesting one. Where you're sitting around.
You want to be a fly on the wall in that conversation.
You're sitting around, and you are going over it, and you're like, oh, my God, are we really going to go back to Rojas here? I mean, really? I would love to hear, and I don't know what the numbers and the splits are of the hitters against Robbie Ray. But I can't, I don't know. The problem is, okay, so do you sit Kepler? Kepler's been hot the last couple of days.
Kepler is 0 for 1 in his career with a walk and a ground out.
So insignificant. But this is where Kepler's been good the last couple of days. This is where the fans say, the one guy who's been hitting the last couple of days, he's doubled, you're going to sit him? Well, yeah, I mean, he's left-handed going up against Robbie Ray, who is tough. By the way, Robbie Ray did win a Cy Young.
Oh, he did win the Cy Young.
Mm-hmm. He won the Cy Young in 2021.
2021. So Brandon Marsh is
with not great numbers, by the way.
Brandon Marsh was 0 for 3 in his career with 3 strikeouts versus Robbie Ray. Bryson Stott has never faced Robbie Ray.
Now remember, he won. He was an American League guy, so not a lot of these Phillies have faced him.
True.
Yeah. He won in 2021. He was 13-7 with a 2.84 ERA. He did have 248 strikeouts in 193 innings. So
he's
strikeout, big time strikeout machine that year. But 13-7 with a 2.84. Those aren't like, hey, in the all-time hierarchy of Cy Young Award winners.
Right.
I thought he finished in the top 3. The fact that he won is a little eye-popping. That
he might have finished top for like another year or something.
Nah, he finished 7th way back in 2017.
Oh.
But he was 1. He did win it in 2021. I said that, and I was like, did he win the Cy Young when he was in Toronto? Because I know he signed with Seattle, and he kind of was a flop in Seattle.
Now, this might surprise you. The Phillies hitter who has the best career numbers against Robbie Ray, Mike, is Bryce Harper. In 11 at-bats, he has a .455 batting average with a homer, 2 RBI, and an on-base percentage of .538.
Well, this goes back to his Arizona time as well. So, yeah, I mean, anything Bryce Harper's the best at, no, I'm not surprised. If Bryce Harper's your best at doing something, I can't say, Josh, that I'm all that surprised by.
He's
but
lefty versus
lefty, right, exactly. But Harper hits lefties, Schwarber hits lefties. They're not complete nothing burgers against lefties. It's Kepler, it's Stott, it's Marsh. They're the guys that really, do not hit lefties very well. And, obviously, you're facing a lefty tonight. That means I imagine it's 220. I think the lineup will be probably a little different today. By the way, the Iron Pig lineup is out. Weston Wilson's leading off and playing left field. There is no Crawford in the lineup today.
Weston Wilson, leadoff hitter?
Can you Crawford's not in the lineup. Is that a red flag? Not a red flag. Is that a flag? Is that an alert? Is that a something?
I mean, he has been struggling a little bit at the minor league level. Is that maybe something to do with it?
Wilson's playing left. Stevenson's playing center. And Oscar Mercado is playing right. Buddy Kennedy is DHing. Otto Kemp is at first. I don't know if it's just the AAA, the way they do it is they play like a 6-game series against the same team, and then they're off on Monday. So they play Tuesday through Sunday. That's kind of the way they do it. So I'm imagining somewhere in there, you have a random off day. But I'm just throwing that out there that Weston Wilson's playing left field and leading off today. I doubt that there's anything to make of it. That's all.
It's interesting, though.
It's just something.
Something to chew on.
If the lineup tonight, what are you doing with Stott? I would imagine Sosa's a possibility, by the way.
Well, that's what I was saying. I think Sosa should play second and Rojas in center.
How about you putting Sosa at second, Rojas at center? Or do you do – see, Kepler's been hitting, so that would lend you to say I'll just keep him out there.
Right.
That doesn't – the fact that he's been hitting and playing him or not playing him doesn't do much for me here because he's facing a left-hander. He's been hitting not against a left-hander.
I'm just more concerned about Marsh and Stott against the lefty over Kepler at this point. Not because I don't think Kepler's great against lefties. I just think that if I had to, weigh, to me, the hierarchy is Marsh is the worst against lefties, and you could argue Stott is the second worst.
Yes. Well, so far this year, Stott's been the worst. He's hitting like 0.68 against lefties. Yeah, and listen, yesterday Crawford led off and Wilson hit 2. And today Wilson is hitting leadoff and Crawford is not in the lineup.
Is there a lefty maybe for the other team?
Don't know.
Who are they playing?
I have no clue. I'm sorry I'm not up on the Iron Pig schedule today, but I did see their lineup just happened to be in front of me as I'm sitting here. And I see that Wilson is leading off today, and I know that, Wilson, they want to get him as many at-bats as they can so that he can get ready. But yesterday, they had an option to hit him leadoff, and they chose to hit him second because Crawford was in the lineup. I can't imagine they're saying, you know what we're going to do? Let's just bench Crawford today so I can move. You can still get Wilson plenty of options in the 2-hole there. I just felt that as obvious. Now, maybe he is just having the day off today. That's all. I have not seen anything that is suggesting otherwise, so don't get crazy on that. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform and on YouTube at Mike Gill Show. Subscribe, like, be a part of the show on the text board, 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973.
It is a left-handed pitcher who's starting for the other team.
There you go.
Point for me.
Yes, there you go.
I've never heard of this guy, though.
Point for you.
It's actually the Braves.
So Crawford taking a day off against a lefty, that's an alarming thing, too. Now they don't think he can hit lefty, so now they're sitting him. All right, we'll keep our eye on the Phils lineup. Your thoughts on the Phils last night, their win? Did it calm you down any bit, a little bit, something? We'll see. 609-403-0973. Hey, we're running out of days. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, your last 3 days to enter for this year's Eagles draft party to win Club Box tickets. One lucky winner in attendance will win Eagles Club Box tickets. Your cue to call is now. Caller 7-609-573-3776. 609-573-3776. Caller number 7 right now. It's your chance to enter to win Eagles Club Box tickets for a game at Lincoln Financial Field this season at the Link to see the Super Bowl champions. Caller 7, you have your shot right now. You must be present to win at the Ocean Gallery Bar Book and Games at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. You can also win an overnight stay, Ocean Casino Resort's gift cards, concert tickets, and more. You must be present to win next Thursday at the Ocean Casino Gallery Bar Book and Game. It's the Sports Bash Eagles Draft Party where you can win a pair of tickets to see the Eagles sitting in club box seats. Caller 7, good luck. Hey, Jack in Egg Harbor City, congratulations, man. We'll see you at the draft party over at the gallery, hanging out, watching the Birds draft on Thursday night. The gallery bar booking games is where we'll be. Stop out, see us, be a part of the show right now, 609-403-0973. Thoughts on the Phils? They win last night, and they get it from bottom of the order guys. Productive out Bohm, sack fly Marsh, home run Real Muto. I don't know what the lineup's going to look like tonight. Got a left-hander, Robbie Ray, on the mound. We'll get Mike McGarry's thoughts from the press of Atlantic City. You finally get into a groove. You get a win last night. Mike, do you anticipate, though, that regardless, they're going to switch that lineup around? Do you expect to see Bryson Stott back at the top of the lineup tonight?
Yeah, either him or Trey Turner, right? Will be back up there against the left-handed pitcher, and it'll be interesting to see. Brandon Marsh hit the ball well last night, showed some signs of coming out of his slump. Are they going to turn back to Johan Rojas in center field tonight after Johan Rojas was awful on Monday night? And the reason why Brandon Marsh, who the manager told us on Monday afternoon was going to get 2 to 3 days off, was put back in there on Tuesday. So, yes, a good win for this team, a solid win, a team that's got a good start, but still some questions remain. We move, 2.5 weeks into the season here.
When you look at it, you wrote your column, Must Win, about the humbling of this game from Alec Bohm. What kind of the mood of some of these guys, in your opinion, guys who have been really struggling? You've been around guys who struggle, but when you struggle your first 15 games, it's different than when you struggle, 15 games in the middle of July. Yeah,
because it's so visible, right? Your stats aren't the same. You look up at the scoreboard and you see 150 up there, or you see 0 for April. Guys probably go 0 for the first 2 weeks of July, and their average falls from like 280, down to 269, and people really don't notice it. So struggles at the beginning of the season are especially noticeable. And also, both those guys came into the season with kind of the spotlight on him. Bohm struggled the end of last season. He got benched in the playoffs. Marsh kind of, the issue of can he hit left-handers? Can he be an everyday center fielder? That sort of followed him into the season. So both guys were front and center as the season began.
Yeah, and they all were a part of the game last night, Mike. You get the and Kepler's another guy who we've been critical of. I mean, he hits a double, and he's had a couple games now where he's been productive. Bohm, productive out. He hits a little ground ball a second. Now, people laugh at that, but man, most of the time, sometimes that's all you need. These guys strike out in those spots. He hits a ground ball to second. It moves the runner over to third, and then it takes the pressure off of Marsh to need to get a base hit. All he has to do is sky one to left field. I think the Phillies would sign up for 7, 8, 9, doing that almost every single time if they could.
Yeah, absolutely. A couple things in there that are worth breaking down that you just mentioned. First of all, Rob Thompson mentioned that Max Kepler was maybe getting back to that form he showed in spring training. I know he only had the double last night, but he hit 3 balls harder than 100 miles an hour. A couple of bullet shots right at guys. So Max Kepler hitting the ball well, maybe getting back to that spring training form. And I just thought, Mike, in the post game, which I wrote about in my must win column at pressofac.com, I mean, you really got a sense. Look, I'm sure it's great to be a baseball player. I'm sure it's even better than we could imagine in our wildest dreams to play a game for a living, to get paid millions of dollars to play, before a packed crowd. I bet you that's better than you and I could ever think of, right? But on the reverse side, I'm sure there's struggles. I'm sure the anguish that comes when you're 0 for April, when you're batting 150, is also something that we can't imagine. And I thought Bohm and Marsh last night did a great job of just showing you a bit of their personality, showing you how much this kind of wears on him. At some point during the interview, I felt like I just wanted to pat Alec Bohm on the back and tell him it's going to be okay, buddy. That's what I kind of really felt like. And then Bryce Harper came out talking about, hey, it's a game and we have to important, and you don't want to get, it's a thin line, right? We want Alec Bohm to be upset that he's batting 150. We want Brandon Marsh to be upset that he doesn't have a hit all season. But we don't want them obsessing over it or being miserable to the point where they're just not enjoying their game or their job. And I thought Harper made a great point saying you don't want to get so caught up in it that when it goes by, you look back on it and say, hey, why didn't I enjoy that more? And I just think that's probably a great lesson for all of us, right?
Yeah, and if you could expand a little bit, because I think you said you felt bad for Bohm. It feels like people have no love for Bohm. I mean, he's a sourpuss. He's got a bad attitude at times. He's the one guy, it seems, that doesn't have this fanfare of people that yearn to say, hey, man, I really like that Bohm. I want to get the bleep out of here. Then he kind of won people back a little bit, but, he's had this crybaby mentality. But when you've kind of been around Bohm, can you give us a little bit more insight on him as, I think people kind of perceive him as a guy who is almost like entitled, like maybe he doesn't work that hard.
Yeah, first of all, that's not true. I mean, I think these guys work hard. I think they sometimes work too hard. I mean, I have to Citizens Bank Park on Monday afternoon, and you mentioned the guys that had good games last night. Monday afternoon, 2:00, I walk into Citizens Bank Park. Nick Castellanos is out there taking early batting practice, and Castellanos is always out there early for home and road games. The other three guys out there with them were Bohm, Marsh, and Kepler, and all three kind of turned it around and had some good at-bats last night. I think Bohm, we see the tossing of the helmet. We see, what he went through. Well, I hate this place and stuff like that. Kind of looks on his face sometimes, frustration. But I thought last night, and he's kind of soft-spoken guy also a little bit, but I thought last night when we asked him questions about his struggles, he was honest. He talked about how difficult it is. And I think, to me, he kind of really – opened up to us as a whole and really kind of won me over a little bit with how he acted. And I think he bears sometimes, we see the tossing of the helmets and stuff like that. And we say, that's a little bit of an issue. But again, Mike, it's the same point. If the guy was 100% calm and wasn't bothered by the fact that he was batting 150, we probably have text and callers and emails to us saying, hey, how come Bohm's not upset? How come nobody's turning over a buffet table? That type of thing. So sometimes it seems that the players can't win for losing. But I thought last night, Bohm, Harper, and Marsh really gave you some human insight into the day-to-day life of a struggling baseball player, and that's what I try to get across in my must-win today.
Check that out at PressOfAtlanticCity.com. It's a pretty nice piece by Mike. By the way, the irony of the people texting in yesterday wanting Rob Thompson to throw a temper tantrum, but when Alec Bohm does it, he's he needs to be benched. I do find some irony there. Give me Romano's interesting. He was a guy very good with Toronto. 2 All-Stars, a lot of strikeouts per inning, hard thrower. Came here, certainly was the ire of the fans through 5 outings. People wanted to drive him to the airport. No command. Last 2 outings, last night, 10 pitches, 9 strikes. Has Romano settled back into where you feel better about that, or do you need to see more?
I think I need to see a little bit more, but I love the direction he's going in. He told guys out on the road, last we saw him at, I think, Citizens Bank Park on that Sunday before the road trip began, where he was a disaster, and he said, I'm searching for something. I'm going to do a deep dive. I'm going to really look and try to find out, what's up with my velocity. I feel good physically, but, I'm trying to throw my best heater, and sometimes it's 96 and sometimes it's 91. Got to find out why. Well, he said he found something, and his 2 outings since then have been outstanding, and I think I'd like to see a little bit more, but I think Mike Romano might be trending in a direction of where maybe we're going to see him in some closing situations like we did earlier in the season. So, again, I like the Romano signing in the offseason. I like pitchers from the American League East. I just think that's a big-time division. You're pitching in Fenway Park. You're pitching in Camden Yards. You're pitching in Yankee Stadium. You're pitching against big teams. You're pitching against Tampa Bay, one of the best organizations in all of baseball. I like guys that come out of that division. So hopefully, for the Phillies' sake, Romano has kind of straightened himself out because, Mike, I still have questions about that bullpen. To me, that bullpen, even with a healthy Romano, is still an arm short.
Well, we saw it last night. mean, Alvarado got out of it, but 30 pitches, which probably means he's not available tonight. This bullpen, Mike, reminds me a lot of the 2022 team. Now, that team went to a World Series, but they eventually ran out of gas because he only trusted a handful of guys, Dominguez, Alvarado. I mean, they didn't have a lot. And right now it seems like he's got 4 guys that he really kind of feels good about.
Yeah, I mean, you've got Kirkring, you've got Romano, you've got Alvarez, you've got Strahm. Alvarez, I thought he got squeezed a little bit last night, Mike, so he had to throw 30 pitches. It wasn't all his fault. I thought he got squeezed on a couple of pitches there. Might have been able to get out of there, but certainly you would like him to be more efficient. But I agree with you. But, again, bullpen is something you can go and fix at the trade deadline. They've gotten relievers in the past. So we'll see how that develops. But I would agree with you. To me, this bullpen is still one arm short, basically, to really be elite.
You remember what that 2022 team did, by the way. They had Nola. They had Wheeler. They were using Suarez all over the place. They used Zach Eflin as well. He was a guy that had gotten hurt, and they kind of deployed him as another guy. We forgot about Eflin. That might be the route this team. I'm fascinated to see what happens when Suarez is ready. Do they try to use him? Do they try to put him in the bullpen? And then you have Painter waiting in the wings. This bullpen conversation may be there. Or, Mike, I don't know. I mean, do they try to get really creative and say, hey, we got a couple young guys who, Mick Abel was a first-round pick. He has never pitched out of the bullpen his entire career. Do you look to a young guy and maybe shift his, what you planned on using? Hey, we thought this guy was going to be a big-time starter. Maybe he's got the stuff to be a big-time reliever. Who knows? But they got to figure out how to find some more electric arms in that bullpen.
Yeah, Mike, I hear what you're saying about young guys going into bullpen to start their major league careers. The Cardinals have done that a lot throughout their history. They did it with Adam Wainwright. But I think for a team like this that is really, let's face back. I don't want to put, unrealistic expectations on this team. But if this team doesn't at least get to a National League Championship Series and, in that National League Championship Series, either wins that National League Championship Series to get to the World Series or loses in 7 games, and not how they lost in 2023 where they blow a 3-2 lead. Like if they play the Dodgers in a classic 7-game National League Championship Series and they lose on a Mookie Betts home run in extra innings in Game 7, I mean, so be it. But anything short of that is a disappointment. And I think you're going to need a veteran arm in there, maybe a guy who's closed before, an elite guy who has had some playoff experience. Now, who that guy is at this point, I don't know, but I bet you there's going to be a couple of those guys available around the trade deadline.
Yes, sir. We'll be watching that right-handed bat that always comes up. How will this team look different? Well, for one night, they shut everybody up. They get the win, 6-4 over a Giants team that had been really hitting the ball. Tonight, Robbie Ray gets the start, and, of course, it's Aaron Nola. The Nola coaster. We'll all get on it, and he will pitch for the Phillies tonight and that game at Citizens Bank Park. When the lineup's out, we'll have it for you. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City's back on Friday to take a look at the weekend. Thanks, man.
All right, Mike, we'll see you down the road. Thank you.
All right, there's Mike McGarry, everybody, from the Press of Atlantic City. Make sure you follow him and check out all his work over at pressofatlanticcity.com. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. We got more chances for you to qualify for this year's Eagles draft party. It's our biggest event of the spring. We like to have as many people come out as possible. If you are a qualifier, and right now you are running out of spots, your parking is free for the day at Ocean Casino, so you don't have to worry about that. Stop out. Join us. They got a lot of new stuff happening at Ocean. The gallery bar booking games will be rocking. It will be open. It will be ready to go for the event. The Eagles Draft Party, Thursday, April 24th, brought to you by our friends at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. More text messages coming in. Right now is a good chance for you to get on the text board because I will put them all together and try to react to some of them. 609-403-0973. One thing right now about this Phillies team that you're just not feeling. You're just not feeling. Plus, Jalen Hurts got a very big award. And we'll talk about that coming up on the Sports Bash. All right, 251. UPS Jess out there listening says some positives for the Phil. Turner's defense has been great. Yeah, Turner has been better defensively this year, no question. And I talked about that earlier, the fact that the pressure of if you struggle, we got a guy in the minors that is a shortstop, and people want to see him play shortstop. So you better up your game. And so far, he's done that. So UPS Jeff, good point by you. Jeff in Ocean City says, is a 2-2 split versus San Francisco expected and acceptable? Acceptable, sure. I mean, San Francisco is a really good team. Their offense is really good. Their pitching is okay. But, yeah, their offense is pretty good. I would think it's acceptable to go 2-2 split with those guys, especially with Taijuan Walker pitching one of your games in the 4-game set. When Walker pitches, you're anticipating a rough night at the office, and, I think Walker's been okay. Listen, I don't like Walker in the rotation. I don't need to see him out there, but he's been serviceable. He had the one bad inning, which is more on his throw more than him. I mean, he did give up the long ball, but we'll see how much longer they need to go with him. Steve in Egg Harbor Township, I'm sure this will be positive. Some things that bother him. Rob Thompson and the daycare, Marsh Stop Bohm are the two things I can't stand with this team. To each their own. I don't know how Rob Thompson could be at the top of anybody's list for any baseball team. Okay, forget Rob Thompson. Insert manager here. How could they be the person on any baseball team? Like, that to me is mystifying. The reason, like, Joe Girardi won a World Series. He gets hired here. People loved it. And he gets fired. Rob Thompson takes over, and the team goes off after a horrendous start and goes to the World Series. And then somehow, some way, you can be deranged enough to say, I think Rob Thompson is the one thing I can't stand with this team. Like, if you want to say he's on the list of things, hey, you know what? I think Rob Thompson's time has come and gone. He did a good job. He got them as far as he can go. But to list him first, I mean, is this like sniff glue week or something? I mean, what the heck is wrong with people? Rob Thompson has such minimal anything. The manager for a baseball team has such minimal. This isn't Rob Thompson. People act like you never rip Rob Thompson. I have told people over and over again why the manager to me is low on the list. It has nothing to do with I like Rob Thompson, I don't like Rob Thompson. He is, to me, insignificant. Much like my buddy is a Dodgers fan. Okay, my buddy's a Dodgers fan, and he thinks Dave Roberts is the worst manager he's ever seen. They won the World Series. Well, he stinks. Dave Roberts stinks, he tells me. What don't you like about Dave Roberts? I got an idea for you. Dave Roberts doesn't pitch or hit, and quite frankly, doesn't make the lineup either. You think Friedman in L.A. is letting Dave Roberts make the lineup every day for them? Of course he's not. Just like Rob Thompson and every other manager. They sit down and they say, here's the lineup today, Rob. Deal with it. That's why these guys have jobs. And morons like Steve and EHT blame them for the lineup every day. 3 o'clock, Sports Bash. Phillies lineup is out. Here we go. Turner, Harper, Schwarber, Castellanos, Real Muto, who's DHing tonight, Bohm, Sosa, Marchand, Rojas. Nola's pitching tonight. So Marchand's behind. It seems like Marchand keeps getting linked up with Nola. Have you noticed that? Seems like they're the two. Sosa will play second base tonight, so Stott is out of the lineup against the lefty. You go from leadoff to out of the lineup is a rough fall from grace, but I'm sure the Sosa pom-poms will be waving tonight.
Listen, you can't have these lefties in there, man. Doesn't matter if you're a leadoff hitter or not.
Yeah. Well, listen, I don't mind this at all. I have no problem with Sosa playing against left-handed pitching. Put him in left, put him in center, put him in second, wherever you want. Whenever there's a left-handed pitcher, Sosa should be in the lineup every single day. We had Dave Sampson on the show a while back, and we talked about the role of the manager in baseball right now, right? We have this. We all grew up. We love baseball because there's a lot of decision-making, second-guessing, which is why, like, being a high school coach is great because it's all you. You don't have the front office coming down and telling you what to do. You don't have the front office making the lineup for you. Those days of the manager using his gut, putting in a thing of Red Man and spitting on the top of the dugout step, sadly, they are over. Baseball is so much decision-making that we think that these managers have it. But sadly, you know, Dave Sampson, who was the president of the Miami – do we have that bite?
Let me pull it. I got to find it.
All right. I thought you have forever had that on the button over there. But he was the president of the Miami Marlins, all right? We had him on the show last year, and we asked him about that. And by the way, I want to tell you, Dave Sampson, who was the president of the team, okay, he is the highest guy in the organization next to the owner, right? He's the highest guy in the organization next to the owner. He is basically the day-to-day decision maker. He is their version of Dave Dombrowski, who is the Phillies president of baseball operations. So he's not the general manager. He's the president of baseball operations. And we talked to him about this. You know, how much credit or criticism should the manager get, right? And he basically mapped out. And listen, I want to say this. Dave Sampson said this on our air. He is not the only and first guy to tell us that the manager really does not make the lineups, that the manager does not make the decisions with pitching. Basically, as Dave and Josh will find the bite for us, but that these decisions are made well before the game has started. This guy's going to throw 70 pitches tonight. That's how many pitches he's going to throw. After 70, this is the next guy that's going to go into the game. So why I 1,000% agree that the decision-making is a big part of baseball, most of these things are all predetermined before the game has even started. The lineup, who's playing where, all of those things. Bullpen matchups, all of that stuff are all things that have been predetermined before the game. Much of the stuff that people complain about are things that have been predetermined. Who's in the lineup today? Well, today Rojas is in the lineup. Bryson Stott's not in the lineup. Edmundo Sosa is in the lineup. That's not Rob Thompson just wielding his pen and writing down whatever the bleep he wants to. This is him sitting down with the president of baseball operations, the general manager, Preston Mattingly, and them saying, look, these are the analytics, and this is what it's going to look like. This is Dave Sampson, the president of the Miami Marlins. This is what he told us on the Sports Bash.
The front office is involved and goes through pre-game what the plan is and how it's going to work. We're with the manager before BP, after BP, right until the manager takes the field for the anthem. Then we're back in the manager's office after the game where we'll talk through what went on during the game that may not have been what we planned for, or maybe the decision was made that was different than what we had spoken about. Or we'll talk about evaluating players who are not executing the way we need them to and talk about whether they need a rest or whether they need to be sent down. We'll talk to managers about all those things, but managers are the ones who really execute the plans that come from the front office.
Managers are the ones that execute the plan that come from the front office. We sit with him and talk before the game, during the batting practice, during the warm-ups. Here's the lineup today. Here's who we're going with today. This is what we're going to do. And if Thompson doesn't execute the plan, what Sampson just said was, we will sit down with him and ask, why did you not do this? In other words, if you go rogue and do what you want to do, you will not be here too much longer. So people act like, well, why did they do that? Why did they do that? They were told before the game. Why did he go to Jose Ruiz in that spot? Because that's the guy that was planned to go in the 6th inning after 70 pitches. When you say before the game, this is what we're doing tonight. We're going to go Nola. He's going to throw 85. And if you can't get to 85 and you have to take him out early, the first guy will be this guy. If he gets to 85, the next guy will be this guy. And that is how this kind of works. So I'm not absolving Rob Thompson of criticism. If we want to criticize anybody, you put the whole organization in there, right? Put the whole organization. We've looked at Rob Thompson, but that is just being completely uneducated. And just because, literally, I have the president of a baseball team telling you how this works. And Cro-Magnon man out here wants to say, it's Rob Thompson. When you literally have heard a president of a baseball team say, well, the manager really executes the plan that comes from the front office. So if Rob Thompson is number one on your list, I think you have yet to evolve to the baseball world in 2025, which is okay. This is like somebody saying, hey, man, you know the sky is actually blue. And you saying, you know what, I don't believe that, and I refuse to go with that, even though you just heard what the president of baseball operations had to say. Literally told you this is how it works. And yet people are saying, you don't criticize Rob Thompson. To me, Rob Thompson is an insignificant part. He is a minor part of what the Phillies do. He executes the plan that comes out. Now, he does not get absolved of any criticism. There are decisions that get made through 162 games on certain nights that, yes, he has to say, okay, in this moment I'm going to do this, in this moment I'm going to do that he certainly makes the wrong decisions, which all baseball decisions are second-guess decisions. You make a decision based on what the analytics and stats say in the baseball world in 2025. In other words, this guy comes up, he's left-handed, and there is a right-handed pitcher. I'm going to keep him up to bat. If a left-handed pitcher is pitching and a left-handed batter comes out, there's a good possibility that the manager is now going to throw a pinch hitter up there and say, we are going to go with a right-handed bat against a left-handed pitcher. These are decisions that obviously get made throughout 162 games. And sometimes they go right and sometimes they go wrong. But the things that most managers get criticized for is the lineup, who's playing where, and all of that stuff, which really is what I've said over the years. I'd like to criticize the manager for that. Hey, if a high school coach is putting the lineup together, he's the guy putting the lineup together. The athletic director doesn't walk in and say, hey, man, this is the lineup today. Take it or leave it. No, the high school coach, he gets to coach with his gut. He gets to coach with his instincts. Sadly, in the professional sports world, with the amount of money that is now in this business, the Lou Brown of Major League fame simply doesn't exist anymore. And it's sad, right? It's sad that that's the way it is. That's the way it is. I think it's sad that this is what it is. And listen, it's sad that, again, it's not just Dave Sampson. It is multiple people who cover the league and cover baseball that have told me this over the years, which kind of makes me sad because I'd like to, right? I'd like to say that the manager has a bigger hand in it, right? Joe Girardi, why did he get fired? He didn't execute the plan. That's why. Here's Dave Sampson.
And if there's a time where there's a mutiny, where the manager does something that we did not pre-approve or that we don't understand why he did it, that becomes a data point in our evaluation of that manager in terms of during game. It's all done not just with analytics, but with discussion. And if managers don't follow through on that plan, then you get a problem.
Yeah, that's why you get let go. If you don't follow through, then we have a problem. It's as simple as that. Listen, it's cute that you still think Lou Brown exists. It's kind of cool that you think Jim Fragosi's sitting in there smoking a cigarette and crossing his legs and saying, hey, man, get the lefty warmed up for me. I mean, I think it's cute that you still think that way. But in 2025, if you can't figure out by now that this game has changed, and it has changed big time, the nostalgia of the baseball manager, hey, I appreciate that guy. I love the old school baseball manager. And unfortunately, it's not the same that it was. I mean, I could be a complete ignoramus and just say, you're right. These guys are a complete buffoon. Dave Roberts. I'm talking about Dave Roberts, who won the World Series, and people think he's a horrible manager. Dave Roberts, who's won the World Series. People think he's the worst manager in baseball. Why? Because he follows the analytics. He takes the pitcher out. They do things that are unconventional, too. Whenever you grew up and watched baseball, it's not like that anymore. You could say, I don't like the game. But if you're ranking things of problems on this Phillies team, if you're putting Rob Thompson on that list, I'm sorry. The game has passed you by, and it has passed you by, big time. Rob Thompson is so down the list of reasons why. First off, this team is pretty good. Some people say they won 95 games this year. This jackass says, what's the plan, to get worse every year? They won more games this year than they did 3 years ago. They've gotten better every single year. Now, the result in the playoffs hasn't gotten better. What would you like to have seen changed? Would you like less strikeouts from the hitters? Would you like the bullpen to execute better in the playoffs? Sure. These are all things that we all want to see happen. Listen, I get it. You don't like Rob Thompson, fine. You don't. Translation is, I don't like today's baseball. I don't like the game today. And that's fine. You could say that. What the hell do I care if you don't like Rob Thompson? I'm just giving you the information that has been given to me. You do what you want with it. Ready? I say, okay, let me find someone who has worked at the highest level of baseball, won a World Series. All right? Dave Sampson won a World Series. He was the president of the team when the Marlins won a World Series. Let me ask that guy, because, listen, I want to believe that the manager has a high importance on every single game. I want to believe that, right? I want to believe that I'm managing a team and I have a big factor in what happens to that game. That's what I want to believe. So let me get information. I don't want to be an ignorant ass. So let me ask people who work in the game and ask them, is it really the manager who's making these decisions? And when they tell me, not really, I would have to be pretty ignorant to then say, you're an idiot. You worked in baseball as the president of a team, and I'm still not going to listen to what you have to say. That's how ignorant I am. I'm not that ignorant. I have changed my opinion. My opinion used to be, hey, the manager makes the lineup. I was 12. When I was 12, I thought the manager wrote the lineup card out. And I'm not to suggest that the manager doesn't sit in the room. I'm sure Rob Thompson is in on the conversations. They sit in a room, as they have said many times. This is a collaborative effort. And Dombrowski says, yeah, Rob writes out the lineup. Of course he's going to say that. The Dodgers aren't going to come out and say, we write the lineup out. No one's going to come right out and say that. But it is well known throughout baseball where that's why, a buddy of mine complains all the time that the Phillies lineup changes all the time. And I said, go look at everybody's lineup. You think the manager wants to change the lineup as much as they do, they're kind of forced into it because of analytics. They go through the analytics. This guy's not playing tonight. Why? Well, he's 0 for 14 against that guy, so we're going to play someone else. This guy's not playing tonight. Why? Well, that guy's faced him 6 times, and he's only faced him 3, so we're going to go with that guy because he's 2 for 6. And this goes back to we are in a sports world that sadly is so dependent on analytics that now the baseball manager has been diminished. That's why these guys have been diminished. And the guys who do a really good job are the guys that execute these plans, and they look, as I say, the manager has minimal. He's not at the top of the list. He would be more towards the bottom of the list. If you want to say I don't like Rob Thompson, that's fine. But don't put him at the top of the list. Come on. That's just ridiculous. And the notion of it's not just me who doesn't like him. I'm not saying it's just not you. I know there's a lot of people who don't have, and I don't blame them for them. I don't expect a lot of baseball fans to have that type of insight to say, well, the president of the team said, why would you know that? Here, I'm telling you that, right? Everyone I talk to thinks he's a problem. I don't care what all these people think. They're not working inside the organization. So, yeah, maybe they agree with you. That doesn't change what somebody that is the president of baseball operations is telling me. So I'm going to listen to Steve and Joe and Tom over a guy who was the president of baseball operations. So I should now alter my opinion based on what a couple knuckleheads think? Because it's not just me? Listen, it is just me that has this information. I'm the guy who got to talk to the president of baseball operations. I'm now sharing the information with you. You can do what you want with it. I'm not asking you to listen to it. You could be the guy that says, I heard it, but I don't want to believe it. I've never met Rob Thompson in my life. I've never spoken to the man. I don't know anything about him. Quite frankly, I think he's insignificant. If you want to get rid of Rob Thompson today and have someone else manage the team, I would have zero issue with that. The lineup would be the same. The same guy would write it out. Here, the next guy. Here it is. Here's the pen. This is what you're getting. So on my list of hierarchy, to put Rob Thompson at the top, I can't agree with that. That would be my assertion. Now, I would say Dave Dombrowski making this team a little bit too left-handed, that would be at the top of my list. So if I'm ranking the issues with this team, roster configuration, team is too left-handed, right? Too left-handed. That's not a Rob Thompson problem. That is a problem that Rob Thompson has now, even if you want to blame the manager, okay, I'll play along and say, let's blame the manager. It's his fault. He was given a lineup that has 5 left-handers. Now, I can see saying, well, then why doesn't he play Sosa? I have an answer for you, but you don't like it. Because he doesn't get to pick. He doesn't get to say, I want to play Sosa. Ryan in EHT says, guys, I think it's on Dombrowski for not getting creative. Signing low-risk, high-reward players all the time isn't putting this team over the edge. He blew the deadline over the last few years, which cost his team, which also hamstrings the lineup. When you're putting this lineup together and you give me 5 lefties, I have to try to navigate 5 lefties throughout the lineup every single night for the most part. Now, there are some nights, and that's tough to do. It's tough to do. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. Listen, it was a time in a much better baseball world than we live in now where the manager did have a bigger impact. Jim Leyland. Does Jim Leyland manage in today's game? Jim Leyland is going to laugh at these guys and say, get the hell out of my office. And then he gets fired. That's basically what happens. Jim Leland, by the way, did work for Dave Sampson. I think he was the manager of the team that won the World Series, or was that Jack McCown?
So Leland was the manager when Dombrowski ran the Marlins. That's why Leland went to Detroit later on with Dombrowski.
Gotcha. Well, the Jim Lelands of the world are not in today's game.
Yeah. Whoever you want to throw in there, Joe Torre, any of Bobby Cox, those guys don't manage in today's game. And frankly, part of the reason why the structure of the league is the way it is because whether people want to admit it or not, Mike, and this is what I was going to say earlier, but Dave Dombrowski says that Rob Thompson writes the lineup because every executive wants people to think the manager still writes the lineup. So if they have to fire the guy, they are voided of responsibility. So they can just be like, oh, yeah, the manager, we had to get rid of him. We had to move on.
Well, it's exactly what Sampson said, is if you don't execute our plan. In other words, if you do execute the plan and we're struggling, it's not on you. It's on us, right? Why doesn't the manager get fired? He's just executing the plan. If you don't execute the plan, then it's, well, he didn't execute our plan, you're fired. But Joe Girardi, one of the reasons why he's not here anymore was there was a lot of tension that he did not want to execute the plan. Why did Gabe Kapler get hired?
Because he was willing to do what he's told.
Gabe Kapler, right, is willing to execute the plan.
But to me, it's more than just execute the plan. And this, I think, where I think the average baseball fan doesn't always grasp it. To me, it's much more simple than executing the plan. It's the idea of you get hired for a job. Your job is to do what you're told to do. The moment you don't do what you're told to do, your job is in jeopardy. To me, it's that simple.
Yeah. I listen, this is pretty, I mean, it's the stuff that fans, I get it too. Listen, I agree with the people here. We don't like it. We don't like it. We don't like the analytics. We don't like that there's some guy that is writing the lineup out. That's not what we want as fans. We want to have the guy who's the manager, and he's the guy making the decisions. Why? Because we want to be able to blame that guy too. It's a lot easier to say, and that's why, again, Thompson to me, insignificant. You want to fire Rob Thompson tomorrow? Have at it. I'd throw a party for you. I'd celebrate with you just so that the people who hate Thompson, I could say, hey, man, it's a great day for you guys. I could care less if Rob Thompson's the manager of this team. There's no part of me that says he is the reason they win, nor the reason why they're not good enough right now. You know why this team's not good enough? They don't have a right-handed bat in the middle of the lineup. They're short in the bullpen. Those things, for me, are way higher on the top of the list. They are higher on the top of the list. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. Football at 4, Mosher's coming up. Is Dallas Goedert heading to a NFC East rival? We'll discuss in about 35 minutes from now. More Sports Bash on the way. 97.3 ESPN this hour brought to you by Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating, plumbing, service, installation. Call 609-390-3907 online, broadlees.net. Caller 7 right now, 609-573-3776, 609-573-3776. Caller number 7 right now. You are qualified for this year's Eagles draft party at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. You can win an overnight stay at Ocean Casino Resort, Ocean Casino Resort gift cards, tickets to concert events, and the big prize, Eagles Club Box tickets for a game at Lincoln Financial Field. 609-573-3776, 609-573-3776. Caller number 7, you must be present to win at our Philadelphia Eagles draft party at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City, and you could walk away with a pair of Eagles Club Box tickets. Good luck.
the team has to fire themselves up. I mean, these are professionals. Every once in a while, it's not a bad thing for Rob to go off the handle, but that's not his job. The team has to do it themselves. I mean, there's a time and a place maybe to do it, but we're, 16, 17 games into the season, guys. They got to fire themselves up. They got to get themselves going themselves. And yes, I know he is part of the motivation factor, but part of it is being steady and being confident in his players.
That was Ruben Amaro Jr. talking about Rob Thompson's role, firing guys up. He says, no. That's the player's job. They've got to be fired up 15 games into the season. If you're 15 games into the season and you need the manager to yell, that's what I said yesterday. There's a time and a place. It's not game 15. And it sounds like Ruben Amaro Jr., the former GM of the Phillies, agrees with that notion here. Phillies tonight, the lineup is out. Let's take a look at that one more time. 609-403-0973. They'll take on the Giants. Robbie Ray is a left-hander. He'll be the pitcher tonight. It's Trey Turner, Bryce Harper, Kyle Schwarber, Nick Castellanos, JT Realmuto, Alec Boehm, Edmundo Sosa, Rafael Marchand, and Johan Rojas. That is the lineup tonight for the Phils. So that means no Marsh, no Stott in the lineup tonight, and no Kepler in the lineup tonight. So Schwarber is actually in left field tonight. So you're going to see Schwarber in the field. I did not catch that the first time I read through the lineup there.
Yeah, the whole thing with JT being a DH, and Marchand being the catcher. You did mention earlier about the idea of why is Marchand now Nola's personal catcher. It's a little bit of a
It looks
weird
like
situation.
it. I think the last couple times Nola's pitched, he's gone with Marchand.
I mean, the first time it happened, we thought it was because, it was a day game after a night game, and give the starting catcher Realmuto the day off, right? But now this is the third time. You're kind of like, what's going on here?
Rick at EHC says, Mike, I totally agree with what you're saying about the managers in today's game. My question would be, why do they still make $5 to $8 million a year? I think one of the things that managers are there for and that are a big factor in is they set the culture. And I think Rob Thompson, that's where he gets undervalued. And you might not see, if you're a guy who wants Rob Thompson to be a kicker, screamer, yeller, then you don't like that type of guy. What works for this Phillies team, I think, is that Thompson's very even keel, steady Eddie. But we look at that lineup tonight, and let's take a look at the situation in center field. And as Ruben Amaro Jr. points out, if Marsh doesn't start playing better, they might, as I said earlier this week, have to start thinking about something in center field.
He's sort of under the microscope because he hasn't really done it. He's had some levels of success. So the lightning rod's on him, and he's going to have to perform. And if he doesn't, Dave Dombrowski, he's not going to sit on his hands. I'm going to tell you that now, that they're hell-bent on winning. And if these guys don't perform and he doesn't start enjoying the game again and playing the way he can because he's got a lot of ability, then they'll make a change.
They'll make a change, and it needs to be in center field, as he said. He said something that Dombrowski, he'll make a move. He hasn't done that yet, really, though. He hasn't made that big move yet that has really worked out. What about Justin Crawford? Would he be an option? Here's what Ruben Amaro Jr. said on the Philly Show podcast.
Listen, here's the thing. They got to give Justin Crawford and they got to give Brandon Marsh some time to iron some things out. Crawford's got to develop, and Marsh has to prove to them that he can be a center fielder every day in the major leagues. He's going to get that opportunity, and he's going to have to take it to the big leagues, and he's got to play with it in the big leagues and perform, because guess what? It's a performance-based deal.
And not only that, he has to perform at the AAA level, which right now, listen, it's 15 games. He has struggled against lefties. He's hitting, about 250 after a good start. That doesn't mean he's been a very good hitter, but that's at single A. That's at single A and double A.
And he's not playing today against a lefty, which gives you an idea of what the organization might.
Yeah, I don't know if he just needed a day off, and there's a lefty. Today's the day to give him the day off. I mean, if you're going to pick a day for him to take off, it would be against a lefty. You're not going to sit him against a righty. So, right. Hey, he's not playing. He's played 16 games in a row. Let's give him a day off. It's going to be against a left-hander.
He played 16 days in a row. Give him a day off. Think about how crazy that just sounds. A guy needs a day off after playing 16 days.
Do you need a day off after 16 straight days of work? Even you don't work 16 straight days. How dare you say a guy works 16 days and it's funny that he needs a day off? How many people work 16 straight days in a row? Even the guys who play every day, you got a day off. Now, these guys, the minors, get off every Monday. The way their schedule goes is Tuesday to Sunday, they're off on Monday. They play 6-game sets.
Right, so they're not actually 16 days in a row.
No,
it's 16 games.
No, but I mean, hey, he's starting to struggle a little bit. Maybe they say, hey, he needs to sit for a day. The day you would sit would be against a lefty.
Really quick. So, and I preface this by saying I understand you are not a Major League Baseball manager, but as a baseball guy yourself, what for you, Mike Gill, goes into why a guy would need to sit versus not sit?
It's a lot. Depends on the guy. You know, sometimes you can see it in the kid's face, like, I'm tired, I'm worn down. You know, it's different. I'm dealing with 13, 14, 15-year-olds where it's a long summer, it's hot, I'm tired, I want to be at the beach with my friends. You know, all that stuff plays into a factor there. You could just see it in them that they just don't have it. And a professional, I'm sure you can kind of see, like, hey, I need a day off. Like, I'm just worn, I'm thinking too much. You could talk to the guy, basically say, you know, are you not seeing the ball? Is there something else? You know, I'm sure that you can read their body language and their answers because you're around these guys all the time. You know, every kid, every guy, you know, you have a different relationship with every single player and person on that team. Some of the players you have better relationships with, and you can talk to them. Other players, the assistant coach has better relationships with, and you'll say, hey, go talk to that kid. Go talk to that guy. See if you can feel them out. It's just a total roulette ball based on who it is. And you're not always right, but that's why the analytics bothers me. That's why you go back to the conversation. I hate that it's that way because you're just going off of numbers on a sheet, but the numbers on a sheet don't say that this guy's worn down. He's tired today. He's played 16 out of 18 games. Now, generally, most of the organizations have the days off already mapped out. You'll hear them say before the game, oh, this was a scheduled day off. A scheduled day off means they looked at the schedule. They mapped out what days Bryce Harper taking off. All right, let's look at the schedule, see what days we have off, and figure out which one we can give Bryce Harper a day off. It's not based on, well, we've lost 4 straight. Harper was due to have this day off. He's getting that day off. They're not altering that, right? They're not saying, well, if we lost 4 in a row, we now have to change the day off for Bryce Harper.
I'm just trying to decipher for the audience because I'm trying to put myself in the audience's shoes. Because I feel like a lot of people, when they see a guy is not playing, right, and you know what Dave Sampson referred to, told you about, the shoe day versus sneaker day, and Justin Crawford, he played 16 games and now he's not.
I
playing.
don't know what Crawford is. He's just not in the lineup today. We don't know why.
Well, I know we don't know literally, but I mean, it's just trying to help everyone, all of us, understand a little better the why behind some of this stuff. Because I feel like one of the problems is that we as fans, and we've all fallen into this trap, we watch a game and we see a guy's not playing, and there's a part of us that's like this guy's making millions of dollars. Why isn't he playing? And as you said, there's much more to it than just why he's not playing on Wednesday in April.
No doubt. No doubt. There is, like last year, for whatever reason, Nick Castellanos wanted to play every single day, and they kind of
obliged,
right? And he was off to a terrible start, but one of his goals was to play every single day, and they let him do that.
I hope they never do that again.
There are times where, like, they had not planned to give Marsh this time off. Then they decided they were going to give him the time off. Then they backtracked and played him yesterday. Why? I don't know. I mean, did they say, like, I think Thompson, the way, if you listen to his bite, it's, yeah, we're going to give him a couple days off. We'll see how it goes. Did the front office come in and say, he's got to get back in the lineup tonight? I mean,
well, I think it goes back to what you and McGarry talked about an hour ago, Mike, which is, about the idea of, has this organization soured so much on Rojas that they're just looking around like, well, I guess we have to put Marsh back in the game. Like, does the conversation on Tuesday, right? You have Rob Thompson, Dave Dombrowski, and Preston Mattingly. I keep forgetting who the GM of this team is. It's just he's so frivolous, this conversation.
I would imagine most people listening don't know the name of the general manager. And I would be hard-pressed to think that most people know who he replaced. Who was the general manager before the current general manager? By the way, okay, let's throw them both out there. Who is the current general manager, and who did he replace of the Philadelphia Phillies?
Let's see if anybody can text in and tell us, because I know the answer.
You can, I know the answer, I'm saying, but you can Google it, and if you want to do that. But if you really have the answer to the question, who is the current GM of the Phillies, and who did he replace? The who did he replace one is where this all comes into play.
Correct.
The guy who was the previous GM came from Tampa. And what is Tampa known for?
Analytics.
They are highly embraced in analytics.
And which is also the reason why, to your previous point, that Dave Roberts does not unilaterally do anything in Los Angeles, because their GM and president of baseball operations is also from Tampa.
Yeah. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. So who was the Phillies' previous GM?
I appreciate
and who is
the one
current
guess.
GM?
The one guess, it's wrong, but I appreciate the effort.
The current GM or the previous GM? I'm confused here because he got the past GM right.
It's like 2 GMs ago.
But the next one is I guess he's trying to say, hey, I know even who the GM before that was.
Yeah, that was the GM 2 GMs ago.
Yeah, I think a lot of people knew that guy was the GM because he stunk. He didn't do anything good.
He was horrible.
The guy who came in after Klintak.
After Klintak.
Yeah. Klintak was the GM under the
Andy McPhail.
Well, McPhail was the president of baseball.
But under him was Klintak.
Right. Klintak was the GM when Gabe Kapler was the manager.
When they first hired Kapler.
Correct.
And then when Dave Dombrowski eventually came in, he got rid of Klintak and brought in, I think this person got pretty close.
This guy got it backwards. He has the right two guys, but he says
he has the wrong
order. I don't know, because there's no punctuation here, so it could be this guy now, that guy, or it could be this guy, comma, now that guy. You know what I mean? There's no punctuation.
Didn't leave their name, so I can't say to them, can you please text back in and clarify?
Yeah. I just, I don't think a lot of people know who the Phillies GM is. They just assume it's Dave Dombrowski.
Well, I want to give credit to whoever this person is because they didn't leave their name, but they got pretty close.
Yeah, most people just assume Dombrowski is the GM. He is technically not the general manager. He is the president of baseball operations.
It's like with the Sixers.
And he has a general manager that works underneath of him. Now, back in the day, this goes back to the conversation we had. Back in the day, the manager used to make all these decisions kind of without the GM and everybody involved.
Right.
But now the GM now isn't even like the guy who makes the baseball decisions. He has a guy above him, generally the president of baseball operations.
Has the final
and the
say.
GM works under that guy.
Yeah.
So the GM now is more of a...
He's like a go-between almost, between the top of the organization and the dugout, basically.
Yes. Matt from Northfield. Right church, wrong pew. He did fix the punctuation. He said, this guy now, comma, that guy, but you have it backwards. This guy, okay, Preston Mattingly is currently the general manager.
Right, he
replaced it Sam Fold, not Fudd.
Albert Fudd.
Yeah. Mattingly now Fudd is what he wrote. It's actually Fold now Mattingly. So he got the right. I'll give you 2 points for
I'm
going to
give him the points just for the getting the name.
Mattingly Mattingly now, comma, Fudd. So he did get it right.
He get it right. It's Fold, not Fudd.
Preston Mattingly is the Phillies GM. How many people out there listening knew that? Probably not many.
Matt Northfield did, apparently.
A couple people. I mean, listen, I don't think that I would hope anyway. I would hope that there's a lot of people listening that know that, but quite frankly, Preston Mattingly just does not make a lot of decisions for the team.
No, and I've literally seen one interview with the guy, and the guy was listening to him talk, like watching paint dry.
Like, when we talk about the problems with this team, we always blame
Dombrowski.
He's not the general manager of the team, but he does make the roster
Well, he has
decisions.
the final say. John Middleton said that the decisions that are made with the baseball team and the roster and the payroll, the quote was, "It's Dave's decision."
609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. Sports Bash Live. What's up? It's a Wednesday. We'll get you on board. A couple text messages. Got some people watching on the YouTube channel commenting. We'll get over there. If you have a comment, question, text 609-403-0973. Hit us up on the text board. If you're watching on the YouTube channel, comment there. If you're on the X platform, you can comment there as well. We'll read them off. We got football at 4 on the way. Geoff Mosher, is Dallas Goedert? Is there a team in the division looking at Dallas Goedert? You'll hear that next on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. 3:52, football at 4, 8 minutes from now. Jordan Raanan used to cover the Eagles. He now covers the Giants for ESPN NFL Nation. He had an Instagram live last night, kind of a Q&A with Giants fans. Had something very interesting to say about a current Philadelphia Eagles tight end and the possibility of where he could end up.
Tight end's a position they look at for sure. As a matter of fact, I heard at one point they looked into Dallas Goedert. He sounds like a guy that's going to get traded at some point in the draft. Now, I'm not expecting Dallas Goedert to get traded to the Giants, but the fact that they checked in on it definitely made me scratch my head a little bit. Right, we're talking Dallas Goedert with the Eagles in a trade. He's probably going to get moved somewhere during this draft.
So Jordan Raanan, yes, he's probably going to get traded somewhere in this draft, moved somewhere. The chances he goes to New York, I would imagine, are slim and none. And none probably just went trotting out the door. I talked about this morning. I was on Bert's 365 with McMullen. The propensity of the Eagles to move with, like last year they made a trade with the Commanders. I don't think the Commanders are taking their call this time. I don't think that's happening. Hey, you want to make a trade? We want Cooper DeJean. You want a trade with us? And the Commanders say yes, and they got screwed. I think the NFC East teams are done dealing with the Eagles, and I don't think the Eagles are going to talk to the Giants about a deal, but I could be wrong. I'll ask Geoff Mosher about that coming up next for Football at 4 here on the Sports Bash Live. Hey, right now, bonus chance for you to qualify. Here's all you need to do. First 3 people in, fastest fingers. Text the word draft, your name, and where you're from. First 3 people in, draft, your name, and where you're from to 609-403-0973. You're qualified for the Eagles draft party. Free parking, chance to win Eagles Club Box tickets, and so many more prizes at Ocean Casino Resort. First 3, good luck. Football and 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Geoff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast is going to join us in just a couple of moments from now to get us ready for today's Football at 4. You know, we were talking about something a little while back. I don't know how it even came up. How did the topic of magazines come up? You know, we get the draft magazines. We have Saratello was on Friday. He has his all-access NFL Draft Bible that he has out. But how did we start talking about magazines earlier?
Well, because Jalen Hurts was named Time Top 100 Men.
That is right. Most influential.
My bad.
No, okay. I'll tell you exactly what it was.
Yeah, give me the exact. I know it's not Sexiest Man Alive. I think.
No. It was most influential. I just don't know the exact. All right. So Time Magazine has been Jalen Hurts has been selected to the 2025 Time 100, the annual list of the 100 most influential people in the world.
Right. So
In the world.
And my reaction was, when was the last time you read Time Magazine?
Now, my reaction was, when was the last time you read any magazine? Like, when you go to the doctor's office, do they no longer have magazines sitting on the table in there?
I see them in there. I'm on my phone.
But they still get them, is what I'm saying. Like, what's the one? It's like Highlights or something. What's the name of that one that's like every doctor's office?
Yeah, Highlights. I feel like every doctor's office I've ever been in, it's like Highlights, Time Magazine, Nat Geographic.
Oh, always a Sports Illustrated.
Always a Sports Illustrated. Maybe a Newsweek in there.
I remember you remember the Seinfeld episode where they go to the dentist's office and Jerry and Kramer are appalled by the fact that the dentist had a penthouse in there.
I did not see this episode. Wait, what?
Yeah, that the fact that in the waiting room they had a Penthouse magazine sitting on the table, you know, and they were just like perplexed that the dentist's office would put that type of reading material.
And
Kramer is like under the gas, and he's like, "How's everything, Mr. Kramer?" He's like, "Ooh, I was just out there perusing your reading material." Right? So, like, you go into the doctor's office now. I don't even pay. Like, I didn't even know. I was just in a doctor's office the other day. Actually, they had nothing.
Nada.
It was sterile in there. Zero. Not a thing to read. Nothing. But who has a magazine? Are magazines even still in business?
It's a good question. I
mean,
feel like everything is digital now.
Like Sports Illustrated, they don't put out a. Do they put out a magazine?
I don't think they. Well, I think they put out special editions, like the swimsuit edition. You can still
They
get.
still
that.
do the swimsuit edition.
Yeah, Haley Van Lillis. She was apparently the new cover girl.
I did not know that.
Do you know who Haley Van Lillis?
I do know who that is.
Okay.
She used to play for LSU, right? And now
she
she's
played for
on
TCU this year,
now.
and she got drafted. Now she's reunited with Angel Reese, and Angel Reese with basically like losing her mind on social media, excited.
Oh, the draft was the other night. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, she got drafted to the sky.
Speaking of the draft, we got the NFL draft on next Thursday, a week from tomorrow. Now, it's like you wait all year for the draft, and then it gets here, and that night comes, and it's just a complete, like, crazy thing, and it comes and goes so fast. You're sitting there on that last Saturday just going through, like, the 6th round, and you're almost like, when is this thing going to be over? But you're waiting all year for the draft,
Right.
Here it is. And here is Geoff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast who joins us now. You missed it. We were discussing whether or not – because Jalen Hurts has been named by Time Magazine as one of the 100 most influential people in the world. Not even athletes, people in the world. To which I was more perplexed by the fact that Time Magazine still existed. I didn't even realize that, like, they were still pumping out material. Like when you would go to the doctor, you go to the doctor's office. We were talking about the Seinfeld episode where Jerry and Kramer were perplexed that they had Penthouse magazine in the waiting room there.
Yeah, I was a little surprised myself. I forgot. Do they? Is that the magazine that still does like Sexiest Man Alive, or is that a different magazine? Is that People?
No, I think that's like People. This one is like the Man of the Year. This one's so Jalen Hurts named one of the 100 most influential people in the world. I mean, And to which I ask you, like, does Hurts resonate as an NFL, like, nationally?
Yeah, I think he does. I mean, he's constantly on. I mean, he doesn't resonate because of his personality. He resonates because of his success, right? I mean, he's constantly on prime time because the Eagles are constantly on prime time, and he's the quarterback of the Eagles. He's been to 2 Super Bowls. He's won one. Well, I hate the word outplayed, but he played really, really well in the game that they lost in the Super Bowl. He is a great story because he's a second-round pick who's won a Super Bowl and been to 2. I think the influential part is interesting. I would say that's an interesting term to use. And I think without having read the article or what their rationale is, I mean, this is a person who is constantly in front of the cameras and surrounds himself with not only good people, but like ideals and principles. You know, he talks a lot about the women in his life, his mother, his agent is a woman, supporting women. So from that standpoint, you can see influence if kids who like Jalen Hurts see that and believe that doors that he's opening are doors that can be opening for them, whether it's a young child, a young woman, or anything like that, or if they see that and learn something from his lifestyle, his perseverance. I think influential is an interesting word that certainly can apply to him. I just don't know how you measure that so quickly, right? I mean, usually a person's impact on a society or their influence on social life takes a couple of years to really see, you know?
And I found it to be interesting because I think if you went around, Green Bay and L.A. and, Cincinnati and Detroit and Houston and said, give me the top 5 quarterbacks, are they saying is Jalen Hurts like at the forefront for NFL fans?
It's a good question. I mean, we'll have to see the top-selling jersey when they release those. I don't think he ordinarily has been, but he could be now because his popularity is obviously soaring. So we'll see. I'm trying to think like Michael Jordan being one of the most influential athletes of the 90s. Was he considered influential after the first championship? I feel like he was a rising star, and certainly the Nike branding made him one of the most influential sports athletes of our generation because he had his own shoe. He had his own symbol, right? He was the jump man. He basically helped that company launch itself into a new stratosphere. So that's why I'm wondering where time is, what criteria time is using for Jalen Hurts as the most influential athlete. Tiger Woods, influential right from the start for a multitude of reasons. I probably should read the article and see what they use as their determining factors.
Yeah, I'm not 100% what the, how the list was put together, but just hearing him on that list, like you're thinking, okay, Patrick Mahomes, that makes some sense, and because like I see the Kelsey brothers in every commercial that there possibly is. I saw Aaron Rodgers. I saw Baker Mayfield. I saw plenty of other people. I don't remember having Jalen Hurts like slamming me over the head,
Right.
being a part of all these different,
You're familiar with Dominic Raiola, right? The quarterback of the University of Nebraska. He's the son of the offensive lineman who plays for the Lions. Yeah, the whole thing on him is he looks exactly like Patrick Mahomes, from the haircut to just the facial resemblance, and then how he's wearing red and white too, being Nebraska. So you can point to influence. I mean, he wants to be and look, and maybe it's a little bit of a bit and a gag, but whatever. He plays quarterback like Patrick Mahomes because Patrick Mahomes is a Wheaties box kind of guy. He's a 3-time champion. He's MVP. So I don't know yet that I've seen this subculture of people who want to be Jalen Hurts more than that they just think he's a really good quarterback and, a very successful quarterback. Same thing with like Steph Curry. People wanted to shoot threes all day long because of Steph Curry. That made him a very influential athlete on the game, on the fan base. Kobe, same way. So I'm wondering I don't think I've seen it like that with Jalen, but it's again, 3 or 4 years from now, who knows?
All right, Geoff Mosher here from Inside the Birds podcast, InsideTheBirds.com. And, of course, by the way, Jalen Hurts, MVP of the Super Bowl. That puts you on another level. Other sports figures on the list, Serena Williams, Simone Biles, Breanna Stewart, and Nafisa Collier. So not a bunch of, football players or baseball players or people that, that you've basically are at the tip of your tongue. But Jalen Hurts, one of them. Kind of interesting there. All right. Our old buddy Jordan Ronan was doing a Instagram Q&A and had a very interesting thing to say. I don't know if you heard this or not. Have you heard the audio of this yet?
I haven't. I have
All right.
not. That guy's a clown. That guy Jordan's a clown. No, I'm just kidding. He's a good friend.
Here's Jordan, who used to cover the Eagles, so knows that organization a little bit, but he has been on the Giant beat for some time, ESPN's NFL Nation. Here's what Jordan said.
Tight end's a position they look at for sure. As a matter of fact, I heard at one point they looked into Dallas Goedert. He sounds like a guy that's going to get traded at some point in the draft. Now, I'm not expecting Dallas Goedert to get traded to the Giants, but the fact that they checked in on it definitely made me scratch my head a little bit. Right, we're talking Dallas Goedert with the Eagles in a trade. He's probably going to get moved somewhere during this draft.
Would there be any scenario you could see the Eagles trading Dallas Goedert in the division?
Yeah, give him a first-round pick. I think they'll trade that. Hey, you said any scenario, Mike Gill.
Okay.
Listen, they traded Donovan McNabb to the Command or the then called Redskins. They have traded interdivision before, have they not? I feel like there's another trade that I'm not thinking of. Well,
last year they traded to get Cooper DeJean.
Yeah, right. Well, of course, and then that goes back to Kevin Cobb, right? They traded with the Cowboys in that draft to move down to then take Kevin Cobb in the second round. The Cowboys got a first round pick out of that. So if they get what they want, they would do it.
They have moved with teams on draft day for picks, but generally not players.
No, generally not players. But if they got the right, I think the Eagles are the type of organization that if they got the value they were looking for, they would trade him within the division.
By the way, when they got Devontae Smith, they traded with the Cowboys to move up to that spot. Do you think Goddard could be a chip on draft day to move up or to fill other needs? Or is he just strictly, hey, we'll take a fourth if we get one, but likely a fifth or sixth?
Yeah, I think it's more likely that he'd be the post-draft trade when the team that was hoping to get a tight end did not, and then re-engage discussions with the Eagles.
It'll be interesting to see if on draft day they even get a fourth, because that's basically was reported what the ceiling or the hope was. You generally don't get your hope. If you know that's what you want, I don't think teams are making calls and saying we're going to start out with that generally, right? Hey, I know you're looking for a fourth. We don't have that. We'll give you a sixth.
Yeah, I mean, and that's why I think very early on, Jacina Anderson was quick to report on that the Eagles were already kind of understanding that they may have to take a future pick. It might make more sense for them than taking a pick now for the draft.
Let's see. We got some more questions for Moshe. Do you think the Eagles should be looking to draft a tight end too to prepare for life after Goddard?
No. Yes. No. Yes, they should be looking to draft a tight end too, regardless. No, it doesn't have to be life after Dallas Goedert. What is their depth behind Dallas Goedert?
Okay, so can you explain to the listeners the reason why this is even a subject? Why do they want to, or do they want to? Why is he not happy? Do they not want to pay him what? Break down why this is a scenario.
I mean, there's a couple reasons, and listen, Dallas Goedert's camp and Dallas Goedert have not come out and said anything, and it's just good reporter information and speculation as well. Some of it, but he enters the last year of his deal, right? Do the Eagles want to give him an extension? Probably not. Why not? Because he's hurt quite a bit, despite him being a good player, and he's getting to that age. I think he's going to be 30, 31 coming up. So this is the time where you either make a decision that you're going to go ahead with a guy or you're not. And from a player standpoint, a player usually says, hey, there's no guaranteed money in the last year of my deal. I need security. I'm not going to play. You see this all the time. Players don't play when there's no guaranteed money in the last year of his deal. So there you have the situation between Goedert and the Eagles. Does Goedert want to play the last year of his deal with no guaranteed money? What if he gets hurt in training camp and he gets cut? They don't owe him anything. You know what I'm saying? So that's sort of the situation that faces both entities in this situation.
Yeah, like does Goddard say, I don't want to play at this number because Trey McBride just got that. I'm sitting out. Like if Goddard said, I'll play on this contract, are the Eagles resistant to that?
I think the Eagles would like to get value for him and not just have him walk away. But then again, if he just played the last year of his deal, walked away, played it at that number, they could get a compensatory pick in the next draft. So they would probably get something for it. I'm sure the Eagles would be fine with that. But remember, the Eagles are also trying to spend less cash. So if he's on the roster and does play out this final year, they do have to pay him cash, which is fine, except for the fact that, like, when you're paying cash for someone, you kind of generally want that. You want to know you're going to have a guy for another year, a year after. It's like you don't want to pay a boatload of cash for 1 year for a guy.
Any of the I know you guys talked about this on ITB the other day, the defensive line prospects that are out there. I think you guys, Walter Nolan's the one guy. I think Nolan's the very interesting guy to watch on draft day because he's got the off-the-field stuff, so he might fall. So do you get to sit and wait? Or when he falls to a certain spot, do you make your move? And that's the to me, he's one of those guys. Outside of him, I don't know that there's a guy that, hey, you're just not hearing a whole heck of a lot about. But if he's there, I wouldn't be surprised.
I mean, it's a possibility, Mike. I mean, that certain spot is sort of easier reconciled in your head than done. Like if that spot is 25, that seems pretty low for Walter Nolan. Like I feel like his talent, speak to people, they say more than he could be a top 25 pick, but going from 32 to 25 is a pretty big jump. That's 7 spots, right? I'm doing math correctly, I think. I'd be like going from 25 to 18 or 18 to 11. That's you got to give up some draft haul for that. So if he gets lower than 25 and then 27, then yeah. But then also, so do a lot of other teams start to get really interested, and then you sort of get that who's going to offer me the best deal.
Of the guys the defensive line prospects that the Eagles are looking at, any of them intrigue you? Have you heard anything that stands out about some of the prospects that they've looked at there?
Defensive line, yeah. I mean, I love this defensive tackle class. I mean, I think the Oregon kid, Derek Harmon, could be a very good player for them. Darius Alexander out of Toledo, a defensive tackle, will probably go in the second round, maybe early third, but has all the, Greg Cosell likes him, has the size, has the athleticism, has the only thing you would say he doesn't have is the pedigree playing at Toledo. I don't want everybody to make the Quinyon Mitchell comparisons. We know Quinyon Mitchell was, he dominated. And I'm not saying that Darius Alexander didn't. Darius was very good, but just because Quinyon Mitchell came from Toledo and was successful doesn't mean every single FCS player now is just going to come up and dominate in the NFL. But he is a player that I like. I think the Ohio State tackle, Tyleik Williams, honestly, Mike, there's a lot of good interior defensive linemen. It's a weird class because for whatever reason, it's like they're not as productive from a sack department as you would ordinarily like, but they have the production as far as tackles or the size, the speed, the athleticism, the hand size. I mean, there are good defensive tackles in this draft. And, I think any one of them would be good for the Eagles.
Yeah. The Nolan thing, I guess, is the interesting one. You said, I've seen him in mock drafts from 15 to 32 to the second round. So that's a player, though, like, I don't know. I'm interested to see. Do you think the Eagles want to upgrade Jordan Davis? In other words, make him have a lesser role?
Well, that sort of makes the other Michigan kid, Kenneth Grant, kind of interesting because he's a 330-pound guy, so he can play over the center in that nose tackle position. And then the Tyleik Williams kid is 334. He can play 3 technique and nose. So I think either one of those two would be guys who could play head up over the center in the middle of the 5-man front that Jordan Davis plays on first and second down. And yes, I do think if the Eagles could get someone like that and it makes sense for them, but also think that this guy can play, 3 technique and be an interior pass rusher in a 4-man front, that they would like that.
All right, Geoff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast. We are almost exactly 1 week to draft day. Can you wait? Are you ready?
I think I have no choice, Mike.
Well, I mean, I love the draft. Like, I love it. It's just they moved it back, and it's like so deep into April now, where it feels like, man, because by now the schedule used to be out. I know they're trying to space this whole calendar out so the NFL has constant talking points, but
Yes, which is good for us, to be honest.
sure, yeah. Well,
Right.
I think the draft would be good this week. Right now,
Yeah, I wouldn't mind it. I definitely wouldn't mind it. And the older I get, the more the draft to me becomes, it's the draft. It's fun. Yes, it's good. I get that everybody gets excited, but when you find yourself saying the same things year after year, just the names change, strong hands, high motor, versatility. Like, it sort of lessens the enthusiasm. I think for media, I like still watching guys on tape and I like seeing what they're all about. But it's not like, other than Travis Hunter, it's not like you're seeing a whole lot of unicorns every year,
Well, and the big thing is because Howie's been here so long, yes, you get surprises, but he's very, I don't want to say predictable. He did say yesterday his biggest, I was laughing about this. A GM comes out and says, my biggest flaw, I lack patience. And most people would say, see, this guy stinks. He admits that he stinks at this thing. And this guy can come out and tell you what he stinks at. And people are like, whatever.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, when you win two Super Bowls and go to 3.
Exactly. But I don't want to say the predictability, because Roseman is unpredictable that he'll make so many moves, but the predictability when he makes the selection sometimes. They're going to take an offensive lineman or a defensive lineman, or that's what they just do,
Yeah, yeah. And sometimes there's some unpredictability in their predictability. What I'm saying is sometimes you're going to be like, there's just no way this year they're going to take another lineman. And then they do. And you're like, wow, I didn't think they could do that for the 11th straight year, but they do. So there's a little bit of that too. But I do think this year, Mike, just at 32, because the Eagles haven't really picked – I don't know the last time the Eagles picked a 32 because they traded out in 2018. I don't remember that. I don't think they've ever.
Never.
Yeah,
they
never,
won
right?
The Super Bowl one other time. So.
Right. Well, I mean, they never even traded down with somebody who was at 32. So
no.
I do wonder if the Eagles stay there and pick, would a position like safety, inside linebacker, perhaps. I can't see it, but they definitely need it for the future. But safety. What else? Would those be positions that Howie would say, well, I'm not getting a first rounder here anyway, so I've picked safeties and linebackers in the second round. This is like a second round pick, so I'll do it.
Well, we'll get out on this. What is the time frame that you draft someone because a guy is like Lane Johnson, for instance, who's aging?
Mm-hmm.
What is the time frame of how many, hey, this is the best player, even if I'm in the first round, he's a right tackle. I might not need him for 2 or 3 years, but this is the guy I want now.
I mean, theoretically, you're willing to take 1 year of a growth year like they did with Cam Jurgens, right? And even Landon Dickerson was drafted when they had Sayamalu and Brandon Brooks. It winds up that both of those guys got hurt, so Dickerson got in. But you can't go with a first or a second round pick 2 years without playing, unless it's a quarterback, right, like Jordan Love. Because you have to make decisions on guys long-term by the end of the third year. So you at least got to see, 1.5 years of some kind of development, production to give you that faith that you can then go ahead and give a guy an extension. So really you would like 1 year. I suppose with some linemen, you might go a year and a half, but you don't really want to get that far.
Gotcha. All right. Good stuff. As always, more football conversation tomorrow. Football at 4 right here on the Sports Bash Live. You can check out the Inside the Birds podcast if you want more football. And, of course, you can check it out right here every day at 4 o'clock on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Geoff Mosher, back Monday. See you, man.
See you, bud.
All right. There's Moshe, and, of course, you out there, 609-403. 0973, another fun edition of Football at 4. It's funny, we're in as he said, it's good for us. We got a lot of conversation, but there's a lot of good things to talk about. We could go football and just throw some things around the ringer here. Here's a question for you, just random. NFC East. 3 quick NFC topics, okay, that you guys can just drive around and think about. And as you're sitting in the car with whoever you might be hanging out with, battle it out. 1, the Giants at 3 have now become the most interesting team in the draft. True or false? All right, that's 1. The Giants at 3 have now become the most interesting team in the draft. True or false? That's 1. They could be the complete wild card, shake some things up. They could take a quarterback. They could go, if Hunter's there, maybe they take him. The Giants hold the key to the draft probably. 2, will the Cowboys finally make a relevant move on draft night? They haven't done anything this whole offseason. I mean, they have been Rip Van Winkle this offseason. Is Thursday night their night? And after the Commanders went quarterback at number 2, now they draft all the way back at 29. Can this pick make them a real threat in the division? And what do the Commanders, if they draft this, you will be more concerned with them? Just a couple NFC East thoughts. It's a Wild Card Wednesday. We'll do that later on tonight. For the Eagles, drafting at 32, you could be at the draft party. Here's how. 609-573-3776. Caller 7. 609-573-3776. Caller 7. Right now, the Eagles draft party at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City, Thursday, April 24th. The show is live. Eagles Club Box tickets, I'll have them with me. Actually, I won't have them with me because we don't have the Eagles schedule yet, but somebody's going to win a pair of tickets. You can win an overnight stay at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City and other great prizes. 609-573-3776. Caller number 7. Hey, it's been a popular prize. A lot of people getting in. You're running out of chances right now. Caller 7. Good luck. Nuggets next. All right, 434. Got a couple people I want to congratulate out there. Our latest qualifiers. What we got here? DeAndre in Egg Harbor Township. Bonus qualifiers. Ethan in Dennisville. Quincy in Absecon. Larry in Brigantine. Congratulations to you guys. We'll see you all at the big party, the Eagles draft party. It's our biggest party of the spring. This year, it might top 99 bottles. We might have a bigger party at the draft party than the 99 bottles party. That's tough to do. Hey, Eagles are a tough ticket, baby. Club box seats for free. That's a tough thing to top. All right, Sports Bass Live, 97.3 ESPN. Nick Earnshaw is the producer of The Locker Room, and he is the host of the Shift podcast. He is brought to you by The Hub, gear that works as hard as you do. Nick's Nuggets, another edition right now on the Sports Bass Live on 97.3 ESPN. Nuggets.
Mike Gill, what is going on? What an interesting Wednesday. There's some interesting stories and interesting nuggets that we got to get into. And the fight-ins, I got to start with nugget number one. This lineup is wild tonight. I mean, we're just going off our rocker. Thompson. I mean, wow. We got Schwarber in left field. Turner's leading off. Harper is batting second. Castellanos in your favorite spot in the 4-hole. Realmuto DH and Stott. And Sosa's in for him for the lefty on lefty crime. So no Stott tonight. Just a wild lineup to start today, Mike Gill.
Well, they got a lefty pitching tonight. So with the lefty pitching, you had to get Marsh back out of the lineup. And then, of course, Stott, who leads off for you, hit the triple last night. You have to get him out of the lineup because of the lefty there. You also get Kepler out of the lineup. So the only lefties in the lineup are the Harper-Schwarber back-to-back in the 2 and 3 spot. I don't have a big problem with Sosa getting the opportunity to play a little bit now. Schwarber is in left field, so you do have him in the field today. Rojas goes back to center, so that helps out. Schwarber in left, you got the better player in center field to help him out. I don't really hate the lineup here, but I wonder if it's, hey, against lefties, Stott just doesn't play, or he just doesn't hit leadoff. We haven't really seen where he's going to go. What do you do with the center field thing? Is Rojas going to play against lefties? I think there's still more questions that need to be answered after this one tonight.
You know what's fascinating is to start this season, the mixing and matching of the lineups, of moving guys around. And I feel like because they didn't make any gigantic moves to change this lineup in the offseason, they're just trying everything to start off the year. And I feel like this will quiet down as the season progresses. Like, you're not going to see as much movement throughout the season. I think it'll quiet down. I feel like they're just testing a lot out to start the year. That's what it feels like for me, at least. Now, throughout baseball, you see lineups change all the time, right? Especially in today's day and age, it happens. But I feel like the Phillies are really trying out different ways they can get creative with their lineup that they do have, especially since guys haven't been producing. They're just trying everything and throwing everything at the wall. And you were talking about it earlier that, you know, Rob Thompson and most likely the front office, they discuss this stuff all the time. It's not like Rob, yes, he has the lineup card, but you know upstairs is saying, like, giving a little push, like, hey, probably an idea. Let's try this out. Maybe not every night, but like a couple times a week, you would think they're going over, let's try this lineup. We have this game coming up, and they're discussing it beforehand, obviously.
Very fluid. I mean, yeah, they're going through all of the trends and the analytics and how many times this guy, I mean, Rob has kind of hinted at that sometimes. He knew the other night, you know, hey, how come you didn't hit for Ross? Well, he had seen this guy twice, and he had 2 good at-bats. He came right out and said it. So he had the information ready to go as to why Rojas not hit for in that spot. Well, he had seen that guy. The one thing, and, you know, Broken Bell is watching on YouTube. He says, Casty in the 4-hole. Do we not learn? I don't mind Casty in the 4-hole if Harper's hitting 2 and Schwarber's hitting 3. It's when Casty's the protection for Harper is the problem. So in this spot, I actually think it's not as bad. Casty's been your most consistent hitter, right? He's hitting 4, but he's hitting 4 behind Schwarber, not Harper. So Harper still gets the protection of Schwarber, and now Castellanos, okay, he's up 1 spot. This might work a little bit better.
Yeah, and I like Real Muto behind him, and I like Real Muto DHing. I feel like they should have started DHing Real Muto a couple of years ago a little bit more during the season. That process should have started maybe a year, 2 years ago, and DHing him.
I'll tell you what else. He should have been playing more first base.
I agree. We talked about that.
Yeah, there's days where you can get him to if you want to. Now, Real Muto's bat doesn't have to be in the lineup for me. Like I get
not
it.
now.
There's a right today. There's a lefty pitching. You want him out there, but in general, he's not the same bat that he was a couple years ago. I think that's when they missed the chance to get him out from behind the plate and just go play first base 20 to 30 times.
Yeah, and they could have.
When they really could have used him at first base
when Hoskins got hurt.
When Hoskins got hurt, and Harper wasn't ready to play yet.
Right.
That when they used like who was the left-handed kid?
They used Bohm a lot at first base.
Derek
Hall.
Yeah.
They could have tried JT at first base a while ago, and that could have extended his career a little bit longer. Now, I'm not saying his career's over. He could still throw a nuke from behind the plate to second base. His pop time's still really good. I'm not saying that. But the bat's taking a little bit of a dip. And we've seen catchers plenty of times fall off a little bit as they get into their mid-30s. That's where JT Realmuto is at now, right? He just had the knee surgery last year. I think that's something they could have started in years past, and they just failed to do that. I like to see, I'm glad they're actually giving JT a little bit of time off and just using him as a DH tonight. Now, Schwarber in left, that's going to be maybe a little bit of an adventure, but he's played left field before, so I don't mind.
Yeah, and listen, the Schwarber in left, I don't mind if that's once a week, twice a week. I mean, he can play left field and catch the ball. Is he going to be great? No, but I mean, it's a way to get Kepler out and get Schwarber into, I mean, because Schwarber does not struggle against lefties like a guy like Kepler does. So it's a way to get Schwarber, keep him in the lineup and get Kepler out of the lineup if you think Kepler's going to struggle against lefties. Now, I did not like, we're talking about Real Muto. I was not a big fan of the contract. I did not like the contract that they signed him to, and you're seeing it with the bat here. He has certainly not lived up to that contract with the bat, but he definitely has been – you haven't seen a decline from him behind the plate.
No, not behind the plate at all. And but at the dish, that's where you've seen the issue, right? You've seen the issues at the dish.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. His productivity, he was the BCI best catcher in baseball, BCIB, because of the combination of defense and offensive player. Real Muto for a while there was 260, 20 home run kind of guy, which for a catcher was pretty darn good, coupled with his defense. Well, right now he's like a 240, 12 home run kind of guy. Not good enough.
Yeah, not good enough at all. All right, want to move along to nugget number 2, and I want to get a little something overarching. And Rothstein yesterday on Ryer's Side made a great point about Rob Thompson, okay? And I want to play the clip from Ruben Amaro Jr. on the Phillies show because I think the players really, it's on them for the most part. And here's what Ruben Amaro had to say about where the Phillies are at right now and what he makes of Rob Thompson not going out and getting thrown out, etc. Here's Ruben Amaro.
The team has to fire themselves up. I mean, these are professionals. Every once in a while, it's not a bad thing for Rob to go off the handle, but that's not his job. The team has to do it themselves. I mean, there's a time and a place maybe to do it, but we're, 16, 17 games into the season, guys. They got to fire themselves up. They got to get themselves going themselves. And yes, I know he is part of the motivation factor, but part of it is being steady and being confident in his players.
Yeah, and I think Ruben's right there, Mike, because Rob Thompson, and you and Ryan talked about it yesterday. Ryan made a great point. That's not Rob Thompson's style. You know what I mean? To go out there and really get fired up. Now, he's done it a couple of times throughout his tenure with the Philadelphia Phillies, but in the game, in early April, I don't need Rob Thompson going out there flipping out about balls and strikes. I just don't need it this early in the season when the team's over 500, by the way. So I don't need that to happen. Listen, they've struggled a little bit lately, as of late. It's still early April, okay? I don't need Rob Thompson freaking out, getting tossed because of a bad call at strike 3. You know, we know ABS is coming, etc. I know Bohm got caught on tape the other day saying something to the umpire, and it kind of like made a mention towards ABS. So that was pretty funny as well. But it's on the players. This is one of the top payrolls in baseball. They should be able to fire themselves up at this point.
Well, listen, no question. It is a weird dynamic that once your playing days are over and then you become the coach, you would never think in a million years that when you coach, you would like to win more than anyone who plays. Yet, that is the case sometimes, it feels like anyway, when you're coaching and you're saying, I can't play for you, I can't, and you are ripping things up in your mind as to why the team is not responding. And you have more fire and passion than they do sometimes. You can have more fire and passion, moral of the story, and it doesn't matter. The coach cannot make you hit. I think last night was a great teaching point for certain things. The second inning, Kepler doubles, a guy we've been critical of. He's on second base, 7-hole hitter. Bohm, a guy we've been critical of, and for good reason, hits a ground ball to the right side, out. Kepler goes to third, productive out. Now, Marsh doesn't have the pressure that he needs a base hit. He just needs to get a productive out. And he hits a fly ball to right field, and the second run comes home and scores. 2 outs in the inning, but resulted in a run. And those are the type of things where, you know, a productive out means so much. And you might say, what the hell does that have to do with Rob Thompson? You know, nothing. My point is nothing. He can't do these things for these guys. But if they get it right, it helps the team win. And Thompson's steadiness of not blowing off the handle, I tweeted this morning. If Rob Thompson would have blew a gasket on Monday night, would the result have been JT Realmuto doesn't hit a home run? No, he still hit a home run. It doesn't matter that Thompson didn't go yelling at the idiot referee or umpire. Whatever happened is going to happen based on the players, not based on the fact that the manager would have gone out there and kicked dirt at the umpire's feet.
Yeah, it didn't change. It wouldn't have changed that much. In a game in early April, we're going to forget about this in about a month. So it's not going to change that much for me. Him going out there, freaking out on the umpire, getting tossed. They weren't winning that game anyway. Let's be real here. I understand it was a big situation. Who knows? I mean, with the runners on base and leaving runners in scoring position with this team and how they've been over the past couple of years, they weren't coming back in that one anyway. San Francisco was dominant in that first game. So let's be real about that here. I think Rob Thompson, listen, there's a reason they love him. He's a player's manager. He stays even keel. This is a veteran team. He doesn't need to go out there and, freak out on the umpire, get tossed. This is a team that's been to the playoffs before. They're wildly veterans at this point. He doesn't need to fire these guys up. These guys know what to do. They know what to expect. And I think it's just a feel of we're starting to head into Sixer territory with the Philadelphia Phillies. We just get aggravated. We treat every game like it's like their last. It's April. It's a long baseball season. So listen, there's things to be very critical about this team, but it's way, way early.
I likened it earlier today. It is a 162-page book. You're just a couple pages into that book. And some of the pages are more fluid and move a little faster than the others. And some parts of that book, it's a little tough to get through. Some of those chapters you say, man, I really like chapter 4 of that book. But, man, chapter 2 is really slow. And that's a baseball season, man. It is a long journey through the baseball season. Oh, by the way, Rob Thompson update says Ranger Suarez will start Clearwater today. I guess maybe he already started today. He'll be in Philly tomorrow, bullpen session, and then another rehab with the minor league team probably in the Lehigh or Reading spot.
Yep. By the way, there's also, I have a little pet peeve that aggravates me. I tweeted it last night. Why is Bryce Harper just so bad at base running? Why did he try legging out that single into a double last night? I'm just saying. That's one of those things that just irks me sometimes. Like it's just unnecessary. We don't need to add that in everything. I just wanted to say that. Just wanted to add that in there. Bonus nugget.
It's funny you say that. I think that's a bad nugget.
Why is that a bad nugget?
He's not a bad base runner. He's an over-aggressive base runner.
Yes, absolutely. That makes you a bad base runner, though.
Not necessarily.
He's thrown out all the time. It feels like. It's just unnecessary.
This is akin to the fans want Rob Thompson to blow a gasket, but when Bohm does, you don't like it.
Yeah, no. This is not the same. This is not. I'm just saying it's a little pet peeve of mine when he is over aggressive and he turns into a bad base runner trying to stretch a single into a double. Sometimes he's just way over aggressive, and it's just a little frustrating. Just unnecessary. It's just a little unnecessary.
A little over aggression. You don't like
a little too much. A little too much sometimes.
Okay.
Because sometimes he jogs at the first base, and then he gets thrown out when he actually, he goes to second, it gets tossed.
Yeah, the everybody has to be Chase Utley and book down to first base, right?
No, yeah, like you don't have to all the time. There's a reason sometimes, they have 162 games. They get paid a lot of money. They don't want to pull a hamstring going. And these guys are in their 30s, by the way, so we don't need any pulled hamstrings sometimes. So I don't mind him not, digging it out every once in a while. So the over-aggressive, let's relax, Bryce, on some of these singles.
By the way, for those of you who want to watch Ranger Suarez, the minor league games are free. You can go to the Clearwater Threshers website and watch games on there for nothing.
Yep. Love it. Well, Ranger will be back, and Taiwan will be back in the bullpen soon. Yeah. All
Listen,
right. Three nuggets.
Be aggressive on the base pass. Force him to make a perfect throw.
Absolutely. Well,
See?
if you could.
All right, there's the nuggets there.
See, it's a right field. He's taking a little bit of time.
What's today? Wednesday? All right, we'll do it again tomorrow. They're brought to you by The Hub. Gear that works as hard as you do. Coming back, Ryer Sigh's on the way. Phil's tonight, taking on the Giants. Trey Turner back in the leadoff spot, right? Turner, Harper, Schwarber, Castellanos. That's your top four tonight. You got left field, Schwarber. Marchand behind the plate. Edmundo Sosa is over at second base. 5 o'clock, Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN. So a couple of things for this hour. One, another chance for you to qualify for the draft party is coming up. About 25 minutes from now, listen for your chance. Your cue to call is coming this hour on the Sports Bash. When you hear that cue to call, make sure you call up, get on in. We will be having a special guest at the draft party, and that will be the Lombardi Trophy is coming with me for all qualifiers to take their picture with the day of the draft party at the Gallery Bar Book and Games. Stop out, see the show, get your picture taken with the Lombardi Trophy, and we will have another stop that you can come out and see the show live and get your picture taken with the Lombardi Trophy. I'll have details coming up a little bit later on. But at the draft party next Thursday, if you're a qualifier and you're there, you will also now have a chance to win tickets to see the Eagles play at Lincoln Financial Field, club box seats. You'll also have a chance to win an overnight stay at Ocean Casino Resort, tickets to shows, all sorts of prizes, and the Lombardi Trophy will be in attendance, and you will be able to get your picture taken with the Lombardi Trophy at our Eagles draft party. It will be coming with me next Thursday. So listen for your cue to call this hour on the Sports Bash. So we've just added that to the mix as well. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, Rye or Sigh. Ryan Rothstein is back. We'll have some fun here on a Wild Card Wednesday. Let's see what's going on today. Phillies lineup is out. They win last night. Got a lot going on. Draft about a week away. What's happening?
What's happening, man? How we doing on a hump day?
Yeah, Phil's line. I said last night, what happened is everybody's complaining about the Phils. They can't do this. They don't know how to do that. And then the next thing you know, I was like, they'll win tonight, and that'll shut everybody up for at least a day until it goes back the other direction, and we'll see what happens. But for one night, and for one night, they did it in a way that all of the struggle bus guys, Kepler doubled, Bohm RBI, Marsh with a sac fly. It was a lot of the struggle bus guys that helped out.
They needed it because that bus was getting really depressing each and every day that continued to trek along that struggle road. So, yeah, I wasn't going to start here, but let's get weird and start here because you sort of led me down this path, and I'm going to follow your lead, Mike Gill, as I always try and do. We need to relax, I think. and when I say we, I won't lump you in, but I'm indirectly lumping you in. I'll speak for myself and I'll speak for the fan base. It's April 16th, and we are talking about this team day to day like they haven't won a game, like they stink, like they're the embarrassment of Philly sports and all of Philly sports history. Right? Like, I think... And it's like a different vibe. It's not like the typical Philly complaining and Philly irrational stuff. It's like we have no faith in this team, the way that the masses talk about this team right now. I've never seen anything like it.
So we're not – and I'm not saying that – I'm just trying to pick up your vibe here. You're saying that the fans are not enjoying what sports are, the journey, the season.
Yeah, essentially. And I'm not trying to be Mr. Corny cliche because I love complaining about my Philly sports teams and players more than just as much as anybody. But how we're going about it, it's like it's different. It has a different feel and a different vibe right now this season for the Phillies.
Well, I agree with what you're saying. I'm 100% on board. And I talk about this, I feel like, at the beginning of every season, which is like, hey, you have the opportunity to get on board for this ride and just kind of go on the ride and enjoy it. And there's going to be highs and lows, and you know that. And it's like we know that it's going to happen, yet you can't help yourself but to complain because those are the things that basically we've been kind of triggered to do when something goes wrong. Here's what I'll say about this Phillies team, though. The problem with the Phillies team is they have such a track record with these guys that some of the stuff that you're seeing is stuff that you've seen before. So it's hard to envision it changing.
But what's the track record? Right? Like I know the answer to the question, but like the track record ain't all that bad, man. This team has given us moments and memories and runs. That World Series run, and yes, the loss to the D-backs was disappointing, but you're in the NLC, right? Like this team has gone places. This team has done things, and this group has been a blast and a blessing for this fan base. And we're treating them like it's Mike Lieberthal and David Bell out there right now. I mean, and Randy Wolf. It's crazy to me.
Good names. You're like, and I don't know where this happened in sports, where if you're not first, you're last. The Ricky Bobby rules, right? If you're not the best, you're the worst. We want you to lose. There is no enjoyment of just going along for the ride, the reflection of looking back and saying, like 2022, they didn't win the World Series, but man, that was a fun ride. And it's almost like if that's your mentality, you're a loser, you didn't win the championship, all of that stuff comes into play where you're like, hey, I don't know where I don't know where this all happened.
No, me either, because I get the mentality and the thought process. I understand it. Just to clarify for the listeners out there, right? If you're like, what the heck is Ryan talking about? What doesn't he understand? I get it. You want something different and better and improved. But what if we have a title contender? Like, just it could be that simple. Right, like just because we brought back the team.
And that's the thing, though. That's the thing, though, Rod. You do have a title contender. This is a title contending team, whether you like it or not. But this is everything. This is what sports are. They're flawed. There's problems. There's warts. There's issues. There's this. There's that. Every team goes through it. But we are so vacuumed into our own team's issues. And it is hard to kind of break out of that. Not a lot of people watch the San Francisco Giants play the San Diego Padres at 10 o'clock on Wednesday night. So you don't see their warts. And then when they play you and they have a good series against you, it's like, man, that team's really good. We're not as good as them until they go. The Dodgers, who have this unbelievable team, right? The Dodgers have the team of all teams. The Phillies beat them 2 out of 3. It's almost like whatever credibility you gain for those 2 out of 3 goes right back out the window. Now, the Dodgers are 5-5 in their last 10 games. Do we think that team stinks, or are they just kind of, it's a 162-game season and you're hitting a little speed bump?
There you go. And honestly, maybe I'm giving the fans and media members too much credit with this statement I'm about to throw out here. But I fear the way that we're talking about this team on a day-to-day basis on April 16th is going to negatively impact the actual team. Because the noise is so loud. This team can't do anything right so far.
Well, you're seeing it impact the guys who can't handle it, right? Brandon Marsh, it's bothering him. Bohm, maybe it gets to him a little bit. I don't know. You don't know the makeup and the mental and the psyche of these guys. That is, and but quite frankly, I don't think the Philly fans care. It's like, if you can't handle it, we don't want you here.
No, and I get that. And I don't want Philly fans to necessarily change, but I think we all need to take a step back here and think about how long a baseball season actually is. Think about how good this team has been and still is right now. The memories they've given us already. This is a fun team. I mean, I'll argue, Mike, in my lifetime, this is the funnest team I've watched as a fan. I don't know if I've enjoyed a team more.
This Phillies team right now.
This version. Yeah, with Harper. I would say the past 3 years.
Okay, so you're talking about this Harper era.
Yes.
Really the 2022 to now. You're not talking about the 2025 team.
No, but I'm not ruling them out. I mean, we're still in it.
No, I say that. I thought you were saying like this 2025 team, this team through 16 games is the team that you've had the most fun watching. I'm thinking, I can't say that. This team has not given us very many enjoyable moments, although they did have a comeback against the Dodgers. And
it's April 16th, right? That's the point that I started all this with. So, to clarify it, let's start the year at Bedlam at the Bank year up until this point. Can you think of a team that's been more entertaining?
Listen, from 2022, when they went to that World Series, it is what all all of the elements.
And that run was ridiculous.
Exactly. All of the elements, right, that all of us from 93 until now, that all of our favorite Philly teams, pretty much all of them were, I didn't expect them to be good, and they took me on a ride that I never anticipated.
Yep.
Very few times, if any, I can't even remember one, where you expected to be the best and you ended up being the best. The 93 team came out of nowhere.
How about
the 01
and that's in
Sixers,
Philly sports in general. Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
That's the 93 Phillies came out of nowhere. The 01 Sixers came out of nowhere. The 07 Phillies led to the 08 Phillies, which won a World Series. They came out of nowhere. The teams that had expectations, 9, 10, and 11, they disappointed. The 08 team that didn't have the expectations, they won the World Series. The Eagles team in 17, that came out of nowhere. The team that this year, they had come off that year where they were 10-1, and then it all fell apart. This kind of came out of nowhere. The Flyers team in 2010 that went to the Stanley Cup Finals, that came out of nowhere. There hasn't been a team that you said, I expect this team to win a title. It always has been a wild ride from a team that you least expected.
Bingo. It's like I posted on X earlier about this topic. I knew we were going to get into it, and I was like, we're spoiled brats right now. We're like the rich kid on the block. Like, we don't know how to act right now because this team has catapulted itself to a World Series contender, and we are expected to win the World Series.
And there's your problem, right? This team has expectations. If they didn't have expectations like the 2022 team, that team you could go and hug, and they only won 85 games. They had problems all season long. They can't do this. They're not good enough for that. They can't do that. They shouldn't be able to do this. And then they did. So all of the complaints that we had in July and August and September, they were there. But then when the biggest moments came, they didn't stand out until the very end. They end up losing. And that has been the mark of all of that's been everything. But when the tables have turned, when the Phillies won the World Series in 2008, they were expected to do it again in 9. They didn't. They were expected to do it again in 10. They didn't. They were expected to do it even more in 11, and they didn't. In 2022, the Phillies took you on this wild ride you didn't expect. Well, then 2023, you're supposed to get there again, and you lose to the Diamondbacks. So,
it's like
it is
flip-flopped. It's flip-flopped, right? Like the Phillies, they win right off the bat, pun intended, and then have a team that's better each and every year thereafter, and they don't get it done again. Whereas this Phillies team, at least the buildup could bring us some.
Well, and that's the thing. Here's the question for you then, and for the people out there, 609-403-0973 watching on YouTube. Do you enter this season that the expectations is this team should win a World Series? That's the thing. I think most people just assume the Dodgers are going to win and that you're not good enough because you brought the same team back. So can this team bring you on another wild ride? I don't know how that incorporates because I think you're like, well, I expect them to make the playoffs.
Wait. I don't know, man. Is that a question? Is that a thing? I'm not trying to be like, is that
Is what a question? Is what a question?
Well, you just posed. Are they capable? However you phrased it, because I'm just baffled. Are fans not expecting that this team will get it done or think it's capable?
I think that people are kind of they're a little tired of this team, this group, this stuff. The daycare, I'm over those kids. Okay, it's like you like the kid when he was growing up 2, 3, and 4. He was cute. Now he's a little brat. Right? I don't like these kids anymore. They're brats. They're fresh. They talk back to their parents. All of a sudden, the daycare guys aren't as these cool, lovable characters that they once were. Why? Because they haven't grown up and developed to the players that you were hoping. So the likability of this team is changing a little bit, right?
Yeah, which is why I wanted us to get into this, because it's changing, but it's not changing. It's changing because we are shifting how we're looking at it. Not to get too deep on, but like, does that make sense? Like, all of a sudden we're just sick of Stott. All of a sudden we're sick of Brandon Marsh, and it's like, dude, once again, it's April 16th. This team has proven it can be clutch and can take us on deep playoff runs. Like, let's enjoy these guys again.
Yeah, it's okay. So there's this team is stale personnel-wise. They didn't make a move that many people said, look, I've seen this team fail, and you brought back the same team that has failed. I'm not saying that people don't think they can, but it's like the Sixers. Same thing. Can they win a championship if Embiid's hurt? Well, I'll believe it when I see it. Can the Phillies win a championship? Yes, but they're lacking this, and they're not better than the Dodgers. How
many All-Stars did the Phillies have last year?
8. They had 8. They had Bohm. They had guys who you never envisioned being All-Stars. Bohm, Suarez, Sanchez, Hoffman, Strom. You had 5 guys that you never would have envisioned being All-Stars.
Fair, but they're all back. But like, the Phillies basically fielded the NL All-Star team last year. and we're freaking out that we ran back an All-Star team that has delivered us some of our best moments in Philly sports history.
Well, one of those guys isn't here anymore, Hoffman. The other guy hasn't started the season yet, Suarez.
Right.
Bohm is not trending towards being on that All-Star team this season, so that's 3 of the 8 right there. Strom, I would imagine, is probably not on the All-Star team for the second year in a row. Can Sanchez be on that team? Sure. But I think those 4, so the dynamics have already changed of this team.
Yeah, but I would say they could have 4 other guys that are all All-Star caliber players that didn't make it last year that can make it this year. That's how good this team is.
I don't know who those guys are, but sure. I mean, it's 15 games in. Somebody can get scorching hot. I mean,
Luzardo is a guy.
Yes, Luzardo's a guy. I would agree.
Did Harper make it last year?
That's a good question. Did Harper make the All-Star team last year? It's funny because they don't wear their uniforms anymore. You never know who's actually in the game, although they're going back to that now, right? I think they're going back to the actual uniforms. Bryce Harper last year did not made the All-Star game, yes.
Right. That was his first time, I think, as a Philly. Okay, so Harper,
no, he made it in 2022.
Okay, never mind. All right, I'm crushing that.
But no, you're right. I mean, he hasn't been a perennial All-Star.
No.
I mean, he's been here since 19. He's made 2 All-Star games, so it's not like he's there every single year. It's not a fait accompli that he's making the All-Star game.
Yeah. So whatever. We don't have to rattle off who can be an All-Star, but I think we all understand who can be an All-Star on this Phillies team. It's polarizing.
Yeah, and listen, I think and this is the thing, and we've been saying this all year. In my opinion, I said before, the Phillies will win like 95 games because their pitching is so good, right? And their offense, it's almost like the Eagles, right? They have this great group of players, Smith and Brown and Goddard, but their numbers don't blow off the page at you because Barkley had this historic season. The Phillies have these players that you're like, we got Schwarber and Castellanos and Harper, and then you look at the offense, you're like, why do we struggle, right? Why?
Yeah.
But the pitching that they have, of course they're a contender. Can the Phillies win the World Series? Yes. Why? They have 5 starting pitchers that you can win with every night of the week, but their pitching has not been their problem in the playoffs. They haven't been able to score in the biggest games. When they lose, they get shut down by Brandon Pfaadt. It's not that, wow, their pitching lets them down. No, we're not saying that the pitching lets them down. So their 5 pitchers are generally going to be the best pitcher on the mound every night. So you're going to win 90, 95 games because your pitching is the best.
Yeah.
But in the biggest moments, in the big games, when you're facing the best pitchers every night of the week, you're not facing Cincinnati's number 5 guy or Pittsburgh's number 4 guy or the Marlins' number 4 guy. You don't see those guys anymore. Can you have the offensive consistency? That's where I think people lack the confidence. So it's not, I mean, they have the best 5 pitchers. Of course they have a chance. I mean, that would be idiotic. Of course, I think everybody believes that. What they don't believe is that in a 7-game or 5-game series, if you're facing 3 or 4 really tough pitchers and their bullpens, do I have the consistency in my offense that it takes? Because here's the problem.
Yeah.
You have to win a wild card round if you don't win the division. Then you have to win the division series. Then you have to win the championship series. Somewhere along the line, someone gets cold.
Yes.
You can't stay hot all the way through, and that's tough.
No, it's almost impossible. You know, baseball, the season's forever, and the playoffs are so hard. Right? Like, the best team never, typically, when I say never, wins. You know, and that's why it's sort of been the wild, wild west each and every year. I know the Dodgers won last year. I get that. Okay, and they're expected to win again. But, you know, we've had Washington. We've had, you know, teams that no one expected to win because they got hot in that window. Right? Like, we saw this offense destroy in the batter's box in the series against Atlanta, in the series against the Padres. I mean, they were just raking.
Nick Castellanos in that series against the Braves might have been the best player on planet Earth I've ever seen in my life. I mean, he was unbelievable in that series, right?
Yes, unbelievable. How about Hoskins in 22?
Even though Hoskins in 22 was really good in that series, he hit a lot of home runs, but I think his batting average was pretty darn low. He just hit a couple big home runs.
Right.
He wasn't. Castellanos in that series against the Braves hit .467 with 4 home runs and had a on-base percentage of .529. The man had an outer body experience, but the problem was
he blacked out.
That's 4 games.
Yeah.
His next 7 games, he hit .042, and he struck out 11 times in 24 at-bats. And I think that's what people remember. It's, okay, the guy had this unbelievable stretch against the Braves. That was 4 games. It's not like it was a month. It was 4 games.
Yeah.
The next week, he hit .042 and struck out 11 times. So that's where people have a hard time saying, look, I like Castellanos. I just have seen, I don't think I can trust him in the big moment. So that's where I think a lot of this fluctuation comes into play, and it's a fun conversation. It really is, to see what everybody's minds are, you know?
Yeah, no, I enjoy it, all right? And I'm trying to tell everyone hey, let's just make sure we enjoy this ride. You know, I think that's my main overlying point here of this convo for me, is let's just make sure we enjoy it.
Yeah, I agree. And George from Summers Point says, Mike, you guys are 100% right. Sports are so much better when there is no or minimal expectations for your team going into a season they deliver, like the Eagles this year, the '85 Villanova basketball team, and countless other sports over the years. When a team's expected to win and does not, that's when the fans' wrath comes heavy. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. I know some people, I got somebody texting saying the Eagles over-under for wins this year was really high. I think it was a little bit of a surprise that they went from the team that was a complete disaster last year to winning the Super Bowl. Like, did they come out of nowhere? Maybe not out of nowhere, but I don't think it took people a while to say, I buy into this team. Like, it was that scar of last season's 6 out of 7 game losing streak. It hovered over this season for a while.
And until the Super Bowl. Until Jalen Hurts was, not a human in the Super Bowl. And I'm interested, as we talked about this with the Phillies, what's the Eagles fan base? How do we conduct ourselves next season as a Super Bowl champ? And when the passing offense looks like dog poo, you know?
By the way, these are Castellanos' playoff numbers, okay?
Yeah. Okay.
In 5 years, he has been in 10 series. He is a .221 hitter with a .269 on-base percentage. He has struck out, you ready for this? 40 times he has struck out in 39 games. He strikes out almost every single night in the playoffs. So in 39 playoff games, Nick Castellanos, it's a small sample size, 39, but in the playoffs, it's a big enough sample size.
Yeah.
221 with 7 homers. 4 of them all came in a week. I mean, in fact, 4 of them came in a week.
Well,
That's why it is like, okay, like I like Nick Castellanos. He's off. I think he's been the most consistent hitter on this team so far this season. Those numbers there give me pause to jump in with 2 feet. I'll dip my toe in the pond and say, okay, the water's getting warmer, but that's why I have a little bit of an issue. That's all.
Well, yeah, no, and I agree with you because we've touched on this. Cassie's approach at the plate is not the highest level of IQ that we've ever seen in the sport of baseball.
Yeah.
Right. So if pitchers decide to approach him differently, I think you get that result.
All right, we'll have another segment coming up next. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Good conversation. You guys can get in on it, too. 609-403-0973. Yeah, all these Philly teams that like our favorite teams, they are all teams that didn't have the expectations. Now, maybe some of them, okay, I hope they can win it, but they weren't the favorite. Now, many of them came out of right field. The 93 Phillies, the 01 Sixers, the 17 Eagles. That 17 Eagles team, they were, 7-9 the year before, or 9-7 or something like that, and they go and win the Super Bowl with Nick Foles? I mean, come on. All right, more Sports Bash coming up. Sport 97.3 ESPN. Caller 7, jump in right now, 609-573-3776. Caller 7 right now. This is your chance to enter for this year's Eagles draft party at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. And don't forget, we've just added to the list. You can win Eagles Club Box tickets. You can win an overnight stay at Ocean Casino Resort. You can win other great prizes. And now we're going to have the Lombardi Trophy at Ocean for you to get your picture taken that day. Come out, get your picture taken with the Lombardi Trophy. I'm bringing it with me. We're going to have it there, live at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. So stop out. Caller 7 right now, 609-403-09. 534 Sports Bass Live, 97.3 ESPN. We're hanging out for another segment. Rye or Sigh. Here you go. We're going to have the Lombardi Trophy at Ocean Casino Resort. There it is. Right there. It's coming with me. Bringing it with me to Ocean Casino. All our qualifiers will have a stand. You can get your picture taken. Check it out. I'm going to bring that with me on Thursday at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. It made a stop in my studio, and I never let it out. There it is.
Smart move.
Yep.
Smart move. I wouldn't let it out ever again, personally, but
I'll tell you what, you see it, it's like, it's a little one of those things. You kind of like, whoa,
I would say so. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah.
It is very cool.
We are going to be out at other locations. I'll have more details tomorrow. But the draft party will be your first chance. Come out to the draft party. Everybody who qualifies, free parking. Get a chance to win those Eagles tickets, other great prizes, and then we'll have this on hand to get your picture taken all throughout the show.
Sweet. It's going to be good, man. It's going to be a good one. They're talking so much. I mean, I don't follow national media as closely as I used to. I do just enough for what we do. They're talking so much Sanders, man. And I forget who said this yesterday, but I was like, it's so true. There's never been less talk about a number 1 overall draft pick who's a quarterback in the history of the NFL draft. Like, Cam Ward's going to go number 1. No one's talking about him. No one.
You are right. You are right about that. Like, it's because the quarterbacks in this draft, and that's what drives the draft, is when you have high-profile quarterbacks in the draft, it makes the draft a higher-profile day. This is just not one of those drafts.
Well, no, and it's Sanders. I mean, Sanders is getting all the spotlight for all the obvious reasons.
Yes, if his name was Shador Samuel, he probably is not getting the same hype.
Shador Dallenberg.
I watched Sam Dallenberg play in college. That's how old I am.
Seton Hall.
Yep.
Nice pull by me. All right.
Phil in Brigantine says, Mike, I hear what Ryan is saying regarding the Phillies, but they have been slipping each year. The expectations are it is what it is. Championship or bust. Think of the Eagles slipping, losing the Super Bowl, the next year losing to the wild card round, and their stars underperforming. This town was in a panic, going nuts, calling for Howie's head. Hurts sucks. Sirianni needs to go. Canty and ESPN having daily conniptions. The Phillies organization should be happy the fans give them way, way, way more rope than Eagles fans for sure. I don't know about that.
I don't know, man. I disagree with that, which is why I wanted to get into this today, because I think it's been above and beyond, as it relates to us and how we typically conduct business for our Phillies. I really do.
Yeah, he's saying he thinks the Phillies fans give the team more rope than the Eagles fans. Man, I don't know about that. The Eagles this year only lost, 3 games? 2? 1? What was their record this year? 2?
3 games. 14-3, right? 14-3, I think.
That whole 17-game thing always gets me kind of messed up. But
no, me too. Carried one. Matt's hard.
I don't know. I mean, the Phillies are. It is a weird conversation because the Phillies came out of nowhere, and here's where it's disappointing for me. Okay, it goes back to 2022 when they come out of nowhere. That team wasn't supposed to come out of nowhere. That's part of the problem. That team had expectations that were not met that got the manager fired because the manager was supposed to be brought here because Kapler was not getting the job done, so they moved on from him. They brought Joe Girardi, and people thought Girardi was going to take this team to new heights because he had won a championship. Shows you how much the manager means, right? These people that blame the manager, Girardi wins a World Series. People love that hire, and he got himself fired because the manager couldn't get this team, I guess. I don't know. We blame the manager that he couldn't get this team going. That signed Kyle Schwarber, Nick Castellanos, had Bryce Harper on the team, and they go to the World Series because they get hot for a couple of weeks in October, and then the next year they add Trey Turner to the mix, okay? Yeah. You add Trey Turner to this team that went to the World Series, and you're thinking, oh, my gosh, and that team, to me, was the disappointing part about it. That team there
Yes.
was the most disappointing part about it. But in 2022, that's the funny part.
But that's
That
baseball,
team
isn't it, Mike?
should have had expectations. They went
Yeah.
out and got Schwarber and Castellanos.
You're saying it like you're backhanded complimenting them. Like, well, they just got hot. That's why they went to the World Series. And I get what you're saying, but that's baseball. Like, that's what baseball has become. Is all right. It's October 1. Whatever the date is.
I know,
Who's
but
hot?
what I'm saying is they played at a level that got the manager fired.
Yes.
They snuck into the playoffs right at the end. I mean, they
Yeah.
kind of snuck their way in,
Mhm.
and then they got hot, which, yes,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
baseball. My point is,
I
when
got
they
you.
signed Castellanos and Schwarber, they should have been better than an 85-win team, is my point.
Yes.
So that team came out of nowhere, and that's why we loved them. But they really shouldn't have come out of nowhere. That team should have been better the whole season, is what I'm saying.
Yes. And, back to the text real quick. We're giving Phil a lot of play here from Brigantine. I don't understand what he's saying the expectations are. Like, so does he have World Series expectations for this team, or does he not have?
I think everybody
No one knows.
It's the Sixers, okay? It's the Sixers. Everybody, okay, there's a lot of anti-Sixer people who think this team will never win a championship. You guys are idiots for thinking they could ever win a championship, right? You do think they can win a championship, and you're disappointed. The Sixers the last 6 years.
Okay.
I'm not talking about right this second.
I got
I'm just talking
I
about.
got you.
But you think they can win the championship, but when they get eliminated and it's disappointing, it's like the same old Sixers. The Phillies are going down that road where you think they can win a World Series, but when they lose, same old Phillies.
Yes. Yeah. No, yeah, that's fair. But like you said, and this team added Trey Turner, we look at baseball sometimes like basketball. Like, just because you add a star, you don't become the Miami Heat. But like, we've seen it example after example in baseball history that sometimes adding talent is you actually go backwards for whatever weird reason. Like, there's no rhyme or reason to it, is my point. Like basketball, all right, if you have 3 stars and 4 guys off the bench, man, you're going to be in the NBA Finals for 5 years straight. Baseball, that's not the case.
Yes. Listen, baseball is a very, very difficult thing to get a read on. But at the end of the night, or at the end of the year, I'm saying, you flip over the double gum card and, hey, you hit 375. Well, to get or 275. Well, to get to 275, you had a 15-game hitting streak. You had a 10-game streak where you hit 111. Then you had hits in 17 out of 20 games. And then you went on a streak where you had 1 hit in the last 15. There's so many peaks and valleys. And guess what? 275 means you only got to hit 27% of the time.
It's bad. Yeah, it's bad. It's bad. He's been
Let's
underwhelmed.
read this one from Steve in Cape May Courthouse. This is a long one. I'll do my best here, okay?
All right.
Hey guys, great show. It's a very long season, and players do put pressure on themselves to perform. It's a tough town, and players know there's a lot of pressure on them. And the other night would have been a perfect opportunity for our doofus of a manager to come out of the dugout and stick up for JT on that horrific pitch call. Everyone and their mother knew that Topper should have went out there and did something. Well, I'm not everyone or their mother, and I don't think Topper needed to go out there at all. But more on that coming up, Steve. That's what good managers do. I brought this up earlier. If Topper went out there, this doofus of a manager, and stuck up for JT hit a home run last night. Would he have not hit a home run if Topper went out there and, like, I don't get the correlation here. They won the next night. It's not like, so Topper didn't do anything in that moment.
Even if they lost the next night,
But then they went out and won the next night, and the guy who he's talking about, JT, was the reason they won.
Yeah,
One of the big reasons.
We put this theory to rest yesterday, you and I. I mean, it's Topper's Topper. You have to let Rob Thompson be Rob Thompson and manage this team. He knows better than us. He has a personality and a way. Everyone has a boss as a boss themselves, you have a leadership style, whether you even know it or you don't.
Yeah.
Even if you've never been a boss, you have a style. And you're not going to try and be a style or a personality that's not you.
Let me finish it real quick. He says, my main problem with the Phillies relates to my Topper point. Whether it be Dombrowski or Topper, how come neither one of these dudes can tell the players where they need to play? Hey, Turner, you are in the outfield. Hey, Casty, when you're in the slump, take a day off or two. Hey, Bryce, play right field a couple of games, see how you feel. The players are running this team. This team does not play with any fear or sense of urgency. They just don't have it in them. Hungry dogs run faster, and we have none of that culture with the Philadelphia Phillies. This is not the NBA, but it sure looks like it. It's been a while since I texted in, but you guys are good. Thanks for your time. That's Steve in Cape May. Well, he was cordial at least. I'll give you that, Steve. I don't agree with a lot of what you're saying, but that's fine.
I don't think Steve's watched a Phillies game in 10 years. I'm kidding. Steve, I love you. Thank you, my friend.
Well, the point Steve makes is, okay, he's a fan, and he's saying, it's easy for us to sit here. I'm going to tell you right now, okay? I hate relating. I coach 13-year-old kids, okay? It's not that big of a deal. But I hate relating what I do to a professional. He says, why can't you just stick Turner in center field? Turner makes $300 million.
Right.
Okay? It's kind of difficult to say to a guy making $300 million, and you're saying, why? Why? You know how hard it is sometimes when I have to tell a 13-year-old kid, hey, you're a shortstop, I got to move you to third base. Like, even that pressure of, telling a 13-year-old kid, hey, man, I got to move you to third base. Like, it's not easy to do these things, and you just want to say to a guy making $300 million, you think that guy is willingly, and then the domino effect is, now you've got a $300 million man who is unhappy, and that's what you don't want.
And to add to those points, completely agree. We don't know how they're wired. Even if they're not making any money, right? Some players that you coach and manage say, hey, you're our best player. You play shortstop. We need you at third tonight. Okay, I'm in, coach. Love it. I love the hot corner. Let's play third. Other guys, they're going to be, why did he move me to third? I don't, it's going to mess with them.
Believe me, I watched it happen last night. My best guy gets to the game. Now, he's playing in a Babe Ruth baseball game. He starts varsity in high school. He doesn't even need to be there.
Right.
He shows up, and you know what I did? I sat him on the bench. Why?
Wow.
Because I know he can handle it.
Okay, good.
I know, hey, man, let these guys play. You're playing varsity. You don't need to do that. I'll get you out there. And he has no problem with it. Somebody else says, why am I not in the lineup? Why am I not playing this position? And then I put you at that position, and there's a reason right there. But, hey, whatever. But some people can handle, hey, man, sit down for a couple innings. I know you can handle it. Yeah, coach, whatever you need from me. I don't know that Trey Turner, you're going to get and the manager and the team has to manage those personalities. That's where the manager comes into play. Does he?
And that's what we don't know. We're not privy to that stuff.
Exactly. So the manager might say, I want to move Trey Turner to center field, but he ain't going to handle it very well.
Right, exactly. So you're not moving him. You're not moving. You can't just move him on a whim to left field. It's not your Babe Ruth team. It's not your high school team. Like
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So he knows whether or not he can approach Trey Turner. Now, he say, who the hell cares what Trey Turner thinks? When you're paying a guy $300 million, it's different than me, Steve, and Ryan having a conversation in South Jersey saying, I'd sit him. I'd put him in center field. No, that guy's making $300 million. He dictates a little bit more than you think he does, Steve.
Yeah. Also, those decisions aren't being made anymore on any team in Major League Baseball.
All right, we're running past the time. We had a good time today.
We did, man.
Do it again tomorrow. See ya.
Sounds good.
All right. Rye or Sigh. We'll do it again tomorrow here on the Sports Bash. Always good conversation. Hopefully you enjoyed it. We'll be back with more Sports Bash. The Bet365 play of the day is next. All right, get ready to get out of here. Bet365 play of the day. How we do last night? Nuggets won, but I don't know if they covered. Not Nuggets, the Warriors.
The Warriors did win, but they did not cover. They only won by 5.
Gotcha. What was it, 6.5, I think?
Yep.
All right, that drops me under 50 games.
You are 148, 99, and 1.
I'll take that record still, and I'll give you this one tonight. The Kings with the under against the Mavericks. 7-0 to the under since February 26th. The Kings to the under against the Mavericks, who pretty much have no desire to be in these playoffs right now. So I'll go Kings under 213.5. That is my Bet365 play of the day.
Speaking of not wanting to be there, did you see Trae Young just leave the court last night?
They got blasted.
He had nothing to do with that game's outcome. He was like, don't want to be here. I am out.
Well, they get to live to fight one more day. Friday night, you can listen to the game on 97.3 ESPN. That'll do it for me. Fun show today. Always appreciate everybody getting involved here on the Sports Bash. We had a huge day on the text board and the people watching on YouTube and on the X platform. Appreciate everybody. If you're watching and you're out there, subscribe to the YouTube channel at Mike Gill Show. Repost the X platform at Mike Gill Show. And, of course, everybody who was on the text board and the free mobile app, powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City. Thanks to all you guys out there. Congratulations to all our qualifiers today. We'll do it again tomorrow. Don't forget, your next chance to qualify coming up during game night, and then tomorrow morning, 6, 7, and 8 a.m. on the Sports Bash.